All right. Hello, welcome to Jack of Clubs. Streaming to you today, Skyrim. We're going to be jumping into the ever-beloved land of Tamriel. If you enjoy what you see today, I hope that you'll consider giving us a follow on Twitch or subscription on YouTube. Without further ado, let's hop right in. All right. In pretty much all of gaming history, I think few games can come as close to Skyrim in terms of the quality of its opening. They did a really good job in giving you a few seconds to just sit here and take in what is still to this day known as, one of the most beautiful worlds ever created in gaming. Really big draw of the game. Unless you get yourself immersed. Let's throw on some captions here. Hey, for anyone out there to miss what he's saying. There we go. This is Skyrim Special Edition, by the way. Did not give us the subtitles. Skyrim. There we go. Skyrim is unpleasant in that I have to tab out of the game in order to change the audio settings, but this should be better now. I had it set initially pretty low.
Why do you care? A Nord's last thoughts should be of home.
Saying much right now, but that's because anyone who hasn't played Skyrim before, which honestly, who hasn't at this point, but anyone who doesn't know what's going on is reliant on this detail to get base setting of the world we're being dropped into here.
Akatosh, Divines, please help me. Look at him. General Tullius, the military.
A second for me to fill everyone
It looks like
in.
the Dalmor are with him. Damn elves. I bet they had something to do with this. Used to be sweet on a curve from here. Wonder if Vilod is still making that mead with juniper berries mixed in. Funny, when I was a boy, imperial walls and towers used to make me feel so safe.
Go inside. Why? I want to watch the soldiers.
Here we go. Just a moment, we'll have a chance to talk. Flat right and all. Going on here?
Why are we stopping?
It's good that way. You get moments of action, the moments of exposition. Also some downtime to process what's going on. And we are in the middle of exposition.
Shouldn't keep the gods waiting for us. No, wait, we're not rebels. Face your death with some courage.
The pacing is, to a degree, what makes Skyrim have such replayability all these years after it's come out. I think it's been like 14 now, and still one of the most played games.
Stormcloak, Jarl of Windhelm.
It has been an honor, Jarl Ulfric.
Ralof of Riverwood. Lokir of Rorikstead.
No, I'm not a rebel. You can't do this.
Halt!
You're not gonna kill me.
Archers! Anyone else feel like running?
Wait. You there.
A little bit, but I probably won't.
Who are you?
Alright, here we go. So, I hope anyone watching was able to get all that. But I did talk over a decent bit of it, but that's both what the subtitles are there for, and also Skyrim is, as I've been saying, one of the most popular games ever made, so probably not that many people who are watching that intro and really looking for the information it's providing. Just basically watching it to replay that feel we all had when we were younger, getting home from school and hopping in for the first time into what is now one of the most expanded upon fantasy worlds ever made, despite being one never, well, at least not originally, ever put into books or film. What we're doing here is making our character, right? So we just got off the cart. The land of Skyrim that we've hopped into is currently enthralled in a civil war between two factions, the Empire and the Nords. So the Empire has been in control of most of the world, at least the known world called Tamriel, for many, many centuries. Very, very old nation state. After a bad war with the Thalmor Dominion, a nation started and run by the High Elves, but also includes, to a lesser extent, the Wood Elves and the Khajiit. Cat people, everyone's favorite. They were forced to make a lot of concessions to the Empire was forced to make a lot of concessions to the Thalmor Dominion, and that included the outlaw of the worship of one of the gods of the Nordic pantheon, because he was believed to have been a man ascended to the place of godhood. So that, along with the Nords technically being a more ancient people, other concerns over the Empire's genuine best interest for Skyrim, desire for self-government, hatred of and suspicion of the elves, and many other factors that we will come to encounter as we play through the campaign, have resulted in that situation. Where we are right now, the leader of the rebellion, named Ulfric Stormcloak, has been captured by the Empire, and we just happen to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Little does anyone know that our character has a nearly unparalleled destiny in the history of Tamriel. So that's what we're making today, and I felt like since this is first ever playthrough of this game on the Jack of Clubs channel, we would go today for just the classic character, the archetypal hero, and the archetypal dragonborn, which if you don't know what that is, I will wait to explain that until the game kind of explains it itself in, I think, probably a better way than I could ever put it to you. So I'll start with Nord. Male. Just do the ordinary preset. Pretty run of the mill. So, you like what we got there? Don't feel like this screams Dragonborn to me, though. So we need something a little more effort. We do got the Aragorn hair going on here. The classic Nord blue eyes. Thinking just a little bit more of a commanding beard. Maybe a little bit of war paint, too. That's what I'm thinking. For later decisions, we can actually go back and change this later too, so we will put it to a vote as to what we want to make this guy be. If you're watching right now and have any ideas, feel free to throw them out in chat. I'd be happy to accommodate. If not, we will just go with that. Throw a nice beard on him and go from there. Or paint. Not what I want. There we go. Get me back control. Let's do some more paint first. So to be fair, I don't know what the Dragonborn would be doing, just walking around with war paint. Unless it's like something that has deep meaning, but I think it's valuable to appreciating the story of Skyrim that your character doesn't really have a background. Kind of just a nobody. So, let's leave this out. Most people don't just go walking through. Unless, you know, even people who typically wear it usually in real life take that kind of thing off and on. Not really wear it as a tattoo unless, like I said, there's a deep history to that. Let's just move right along. Throw on bushiest beard we can find. Can't tell, I am a beard appreciator myself. One right there. Oh yes. Feel the might of that beard. Now does that say fire breather to you or what? You know, this is one of the many unanswered questions with the game of Skyrim that I still have all these years later. How do shouts work from behind helmets and with things like facial hair? But since we don't have to worry about that, and you know, this beard's probably a little bit long for a guy that age. Just go more with that. There we go. There we go. Yeah. That does really make perfect sense to me, but alright. That's good by me. Keep my eyes past my mic there. And Jack. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in the game.
You picked a bad time to come home to Skyrim, kinsman. Captain,
I have discerned that.
do? He's not on the list.
Forget the list. He goes to the block.
By your orders, Captain. I'm sorry.
Seems a little bit
At least you'll live
impulsive.
in your homeland. Follow the
Already
captain,
speaks to some of the current climate of civil war. Are the Imperials uncaring, or are they fed up? Is there a difference?
Power like the voice to murder his king and usurp his throne. You started this war, plunged Skyrim into chaos, and now the Empire is going to put you down and restore the peace.
What was that?
It's nothing. Carry on.
Yes.
I
yes,
don't-
Claudius.
you
Give them
know,
their last
I
run.
don't think that's how that works.
As we commend
Does
your
anyone do that in
souls
real
to the
life?
glorious, blessings of the eight divines upon
For the
you.
love of Talos, shut up and let's get this over with.
Learn
Someone
as you
realized.
wish.
He just did. I have never encountered anyone in real life who would hear something like that. Maybe someone who's never watched a horror movie.
My ancestors are smiling at me, Imperials. Can you say the same?
A responsible leader at that point would have just made Ulfric first on the block. Not like this is some great showing as it is.
Death to the storm.
Get it over with if that's what you gotta do.
That's fearless in death.
Don't wait around for something to potentially go wrong.
Ignored in the rags.
Why am I second?
Here it is again. Did you hear that?
I
And
said,
why are you still ignoring it?
To the block, prisoner. Nice and easy.
I'm beginning to realize why the Civil War has not ended yet, and also becoming less and less impressed with Ulfric, given his ability to be captured by such individuals. Oh, well.
What in oblivion is that?
Sentries. What do you
It looks like the thing on your flag. I would hope you would know. Oh boy. Well, crap has officially hit the fan. So, a lot of questions, both practical and, you know, on a little bit larger scale in terms of what's going on. But
Could the legends be true?
now doesn't really seem to be the time for questions. So perhaps Tullius would still, you know, just put this off for that as well.
Let's go.
Alright, lead the way, my friend. Or, you know, walk. Oh, hello.
Hey, blood for blood.
No. The fire doesn't look very hot.
Side. Jump through the roof.
That is not what I would expect a charred body to look like.
We'll follow when we can.
Okay. Hello, welcome. Thanks for being here. What's up with you? Nothing much? Not having a real job, I can tell you that much. Today we are streaming Skyrim. The classic vanilla run-through. Yay.
Still alive, prisoner? Keep close to me if you
Not my first time playing Skyrim, as with most people, but I wanted to hop into streaming RPGs, and I figured there's no better place to start than classic Skyrim. Even 14 years later, this game is still the pinnacle in its field, and there's just a lot to talk about. You can go back and forth about the moral dilemmas, so on and so forth. Day's gone pretty good, I would say. Didn't quite as much done as I would have liked, but you know, we're here now. You can't really ask for much better than getting to stream for a job, so to speak. Not that I'm really getting paid anything right now, but still, playing video games with people. Can't wait. How about you? Okay, first big decision. You were trying to kill me and he wasn't, so we'll return to these decisions later. Now that I think about it, it may have been a good way to clear my name if I had went with the other guy, but we are kind of, the idea is we're just playing what a normal person would do in this situation.
The only ones who made it. That thing was a dragon.
United States, Midwest.
Just like the children's stories and the
I'm glad you're
legends.
doing well. Oh, nice. A Floridian. Respect for that.
We better get moving.
How's it down there right now? We're just fall started
Get those vines.
last weekend, so
Those vines aren't going to cut themselves. There you go. You may as well take
I'm not the one yet with my mouth off.
Won't be needing it anymore.
Somehow it seems a little bit disrespectful, but you know, take your word for it. Wants me to have it, I'm sure. All right.
That armor on.
Yeah, how's the weather in Florida?
I'm going
It is fall here in the Midwest, and somehow it's still warmer than expected, but
to see about that gate.
nothing's consistent in the Midwest weather-wise.
Damn. No way to open this from our side.
You a Floridian native, or are you recent move to the area?
Get this gate open.
I think they saw us, buddy. I don't... You know, we gonna jump? That the plan? Hello. Oh, well. That went actually exactly as I'd expect it to. Man, sometimes I forget just how little stamina you have at this part in the game. Dodge and weave and rely on RNG. Well, so much for Nordic honor. Take that. And,
See if it
stripping a random woman does feel a little disrespectful as well, so we're gonna take the... Actually, we didn't need to strip his shirt. Oops. Oh well. Take the few things we didn't get from the other guy, and take the sword. We have a little stamina right now, so probably the best we can go for is getting to dual wield. Yeah, that's another interesting thing about Skyrim, is that you're constantly just stripping random people naked. Alright. We make ourselves look a little bit more ambiguous. No.
Come on, let's get out of here.
Braloff doesn't just kill everything.
Power down on our heads. Ah!
You played Skyrim before? How did he do that? More unanswered questions.
That dragon doesn't give up easy.
And how does he do that there, but not like... Okay. I don't have the stamina for that, so I'm just gonna swing very quickly. I don't think I've ever played through a game of Skyrim and had the guy in here armored like this. Maybe the game took pity on me for not putting it on earlier. But for right now, keep it light. Don't have a lot of stamina, as we were talking about. Push would be nice. Salt pile. It's a great game. I hope you're enjoying it. I don't know. It's high fantasy, but also pretty classic in that regard. Not a lot that's too crazy to understand. It does a good job of that. I think that's part of how it got to become so popular, is that it's really fairly intuitive and really sticks to the core fantasy concepts. So you got magic, you've got like 3 play styles: magic, using swords, axes, so on and so forth, melee combat, and also ranged options as well. As we can see here, we got some magic. So take this guy down, and also a pretty classic story as well of just you have kind of the...
I haven't seen him since the dragon showed up.
It's to play more heavy-handed, so I'm gonna take that. Take this too.
It's locked. See if you can get it open with some picks.
Lock trying to
Might need that.
lock him. But this might come in here later as well. I don't think I'm gonna need that. All good there. Let's do this. Better outfit for this guy in here. Get rid of it. So I could sell some of this stuff later. Fur is pretty good for selling. Play odd. Recognize most of those. Okay. Got good taste, my friend. So I play, what I rotate through on here, at least, is I do RPGs on Mondays. Tuesdays I do kind of FPS, so things like Overwatch, COD, things FPS adjacent like Fortnite. Overwatch is probably the one I play most nowadays, but I've also, hello! I've also, I've been around. If you can't, part of the name Jack is that I am... Not only is it my name, but it's a very fitting name in the sense that I am very much a jack of all trades kind of guy. So, I play a little bit of everything. On Thursdays, I'm going to be playing some Dale and Dawson. And when we get to the weekend, I'm going to be doing some, probably Minecraft this week. But the idea is generally to do games that are on public servers, so people watching, if they wanted to hop on with me, could do so. Alright, that's gonna be good stuff to sell. Sorry, buddy, but I need your things. This might be valuable too later. I don't know, there's a dragon. Might want to pick up something called the Book of the Dragonborn. This maybe could be useful. I play a little bit of everything, and thank you. Alright. Oh no, I didn't mean to do that. Wow, man, we're just stripping everyone today. No dignity allowed in Tamriel. I don't know about you, but my instincts tell me you're gonna live a long and prosperous life. That's what, you know, most red shirts end up doing. Welcome to the party.
General Tullius arrives.
I'm not waiting to be killed by a dragon. We need to fall back.
Okay. So you went from, these guys went from being like extremely panicked about their lives to deciding to throw themselves into a brawl without maybe even considering that we might also have an interest in not dying to the dragon. I think it's supposed to be pretty bad, you know, in Skyrim if that's the kind of thing that's happening. Alright. I know what's coming up, so I'm going to need that bow later. Maybe not the most realistic thing for someone to do. Oh, shoot, you know what? There was a spell tome back there that I think I missed because that is oil, and I could light that on fire. How long have I been streaming consistently? So I am a baby streamer. I have been streaming since just this last weekend. But everything that's on my calendar right now, if you look on the Twitch account, I have been doing that consistently since I posted it. So let's hope I can keep that up. You know, my schedule is accommodating to it very much. I love doing it. So I plan to be here. You know, every one of those days that something exceptional happens. The only thing that's kind of flexible right now on that calendar is the Saturdays. I teach an extracurricular at a high school, and they sometimes have competitions on Saturdays. So in the fall, every now and again, I'll have to switch that Saturday stream to a Friday. But other than that, everything there is exactly what it says. And after beta week, and you know, every month I'll probably reevaluate what times would be best, but those days should remain consistent for the foreseeable future. Alright. Exploration is how you get money in this game, which is another thing that's, you know, a little bit interesting in terms of a role-playing game. You know, you think right now my focus would be, as a human being, would be on not dying, on finding out what's going on with the dragons, but yes, I do need to work on making things so attractive, more attractive, and thank you for the compliment.
Doesn't go anywhere.
I hope so. I try. I try. But yeah, we're working on, once I get, especially when I get into the more action-heavy parts of this game and other games, especially FPS, I'm going to do things like clips and... Yeah, graphics will be useful too. I have already put some work into doing stream elements. Right now, like a lot of the classic chat commands are in there, but the panels are the next step. Unfortunately, a lot of those require, the way they're designed, they require bits, and so it's kind of exclusive to people who've already made affiliate. I'm not allowed to use those, so I can't do things with a bit currency attached to them. So I guess we're things like sound alerts, stickers. So I gotta kind of, right now I'm working on figuring out ways I can do that myself, kind of ad-lib those in the meantime. I got a few ideas. I got, you know, Jack of Clubs is the theme of the stream, and so I got a card deck there I'm gonna work in at some point. I haven't quite figured out what I'm gonna do, but I'll have like a prompt that'll show up, say, you know, draw a card, and if you do, I draw a card, and we make a decision based off of that. It'll probably be, look, the world is falling apart, so naturally I am now a bear hunter. It is essential that I learn how to hone my bear hunting skills. And where is it? We've been waiting for it. I know it's here. There we are. Cannot play Skyrim without it. We are going for the classic character. I am in heavy armor right now, so I'm going to change that too until we get past this guy, because that would hurt health. Oh, I dropped most of the light armor. Well, Nope, looks like we're just gonna stick with it. I don't want the mage stuff in case I do miss this shot. I don't want to get mauled to death. That's great, man. Good for you. That's awesome. How was that? And I'll check out that company to be sure. Absolutely. Yeah. I'd be very interested to see your work. Thank you for offering. How would I go about finding that out? Got it. Alright. Got my bearings again.
That looks like the way out. I knew we'd make it.
Instagram, you can find me at 3jackofclubs3, just like Twitch, except there's underscores between the words, because Instagram is unique, I guess. Survival mode. This is not, you know, when you classic Skyrim, the original 1.3s didn't have this, so right now we're going to turn that off. Maybe put it back on later. Put that up to a vote once we get more people. This is going to be a continuing series. Get more people involved, we'll consider putting it back on. Yeah, the Instagram is at 3jackofclubs3, underscores between the
Looks like
words.
he's gone for good this time. No way to know if anyone else made it out alive.
You there?
But this place is going to be swarming with Imperials soon enough. We better clear out of here. My sister, Gerder, runs the mill in Riverwood, just up the road. I'm sure she'd help you out. It's probably best if we split up. Good luck.
You?
I wouldn't have made it without your help today.
Fumble through. Alright. Good. Now let's follow Raffled. Looking like a total Chad. Look. Sometimes you wake up, a dragon attacks, you don't really have time to put together a good wardrobe.
You know, you should go to Windhelm and join the fight to free Skyrim. You've seen the true face of the Empire here today. If anyone will know what the coming of the dragon means, it's over.
Say that about the Emperor, but they did also really try to save the civilians, so I'm not here for you, buddy. I'm here for me. And I'm just trying to not die right now. The Skyrim Civil War storyline is probably not the best one to start with.
See that ruin up there? Bleak Falls Tower. Never understood.
Is your work accessible through Fiverr, or is it only accessible through a company website? It looks great. I'm just scrolling through right now. I gotta stay focused on the game to some extent, but yeah, it looks great. And I could definitely use it. You know, I got, especially with the different types of social media I have, and getting adjustments to getting my logo looking a little bit better suited to a circular logo design. Alright, I will check out the website. Thank you.
See for yourself.
I think we're gonna go with the Warrior Stone today because Thief Stone and Mage Stone just really don't scream classic Dragonborn to me. I'm not a Breton. Everyone's blowing up my phone right now for some reason.
Remember, this isn't Stormcloak territory.
Yes, I saw some of that work there.
News
Thank
from
you.
Helgen, we should be fine. As long as we don't do anything stupid.
Okay.
If we run into any Imperials, just let me do the talking.
Right, like you did back in the caves.
Don't even think about it.
I don't think that's a good idea. I'm gonna do the same with your advice, Raffle. I'm not even gonna think about it. Let's not antagonize wildlife we don't want to, or don't need to. I mean, I'm getting as I don't feel like it's really on brand for my character to be interested in going out and just massacring everything in the wilderness. I think everything... a Skyrim native would be very passionate about the wildlife, but at the same time, I would also be passionate about getting rid of any pests you can, things like hunting, so taking on some wolves, not a problem for me. Same with the bear. A lot of skeletons in there, so friendliest character. Doing a service to
I'm glad you decided to come with me. We're almost to Riverwood.
look at those mountains. Like this is what makes Skyrim Skyrim. At least for me anyways. Like everything is just so like there's so much passion in everything they crafted here. Someone had to actually think through, how am I going to model this random stream rock? I'm sure it appears all over the place, but still, there's plenty of diversity in this. Just, I mean, some of this stuff's auto-generated too, but yeah, this is gorgeous. Just, the open, like, you get that feeling, like, of wide openness, and then you just, also, you know, the mountains are just like a big old bear hug from Skyrim.
I saw a dragon.
What? What is it now, Mother?
Right into the classic fantasy village. It's kind of like you just started a D&D campaign. Gotta head to the tavern, but in our case, I know where we want to go. I kind of missed Raffle where he was walking around, but
What can I do for you, friend?
there's somewhere. Amen to that. Where's our guy? A fool. Dr. Girder. Okay. Roll off, that's his name. Raffle. Oh, you... Why are you here? Oh.
What's going on?
Gods. I usually go with the Imperial.
Well done in. I can't remember when I last slept.
New to Riverwood? If you're looking for work, go see Hod at the mill.
The Imperials ambushed us outside Darkwater Crossing. Like
Let the game do some talking for a little bit. Give us some exposition.
2 days ago now. We stopped in Helgen this morning. And I thought
Messages
it was all
here?
over. Had us lined up to the headsman's block and ready to start chopping.
The cowards.
They wouldn't dare give Ulfric a fair trial. Treason for fighting for your own people. All of Skyrim would have seen the truth then. But then, out of nowhere, a dragon attacked.
You don't mean a real, live...
I can hardly believe it myself. And I was there. As strange as it sounds, we'd be dead if not for that dragon. In the confusion, we managed to slip away. Are we really the first to make it to Riverwood?
Nobody else has come up the south road today, as far as I know.
Good. Maybe we can lay up for a while.
It looks like we're the only survivors, and his response to that is good. I'm
Nonsense.
glad you are relishing in the fact that everyone up there just died.
Let me worry about the Imperials. Any friend of Raylof's is a friend of mine.
Well, thank you.
Here's the key to the house. Stay as
Oh,
long as
that's
you like.
very forward type of friendship.
Just let me know.
Okay. Are we moving a little bit fast here? Take this and sure, why not? I gotta keep the spirits warm. Kinda just witnessed a mass amount of people die.
To Jarl Balgruuf in Whiterun to send whatever troops he can. If you'll do that for me, I'll be in your debt.
Thanks, sister.
Be happy to.
I knew we could count on you.
See, now that sounds like a reasonable thing to do. Not to go randomly
Anyone else?
throw myself at the Stormcloak Rebellion. Maybe someone should do something about this whole dragon business. Before we go, though, we're carrying a lot of extra baggage, and seems unreasonable. We see if we can
One of us has to do something.
I said
barter with these a little
no
bit.
adventures, no
Oh,
theatrics,
what's going on
no
here?
thief chasing.
Well, what are you going to do then, huh? Let's hear it.
We are done talking about this.
This walked into your establishment, would you just
Customer.
keep on going? Oh, there we go. You were the same thing I was thinking.
I
Alright.
don't know what you overheard, but the Riverwood Trader is still open. Feel free to shop.
It's the last thing we talked about, and I view the Dragonborn with a generous heart, given all he does. So let's
We still have plenty
first
to
figure out
sell.
what's going on here.
Robbers were only after one thing. An ornament, solid gold in the shape of a dragon's claw.
That's some serious business.
I've got some coin coming in from my last shipment. It's yours if you bring my claw back.
Okay.
If you're going to get those thieves, you should head to Bleak Falls Barrow,
Huh.
northeast of town.
Looking?
He's a little providential. That's not the first time I heard it.
You don't have to go, do you?
Oh, really? Well, I think your new helper here needs a guide.
Oh, well, hold on. Now, I already...
Buy the 8, fine.
Okay.
But only to the edge of town.
Okay. Well, can I at least sell my stuff first? Hello? Oh, hello? Oh. Oh. Okay. Well. I guess that's that.
Where you find the some may call
that
this junk.
is what we call a
I
her
call them
problem.
Treasures.
No?
Some
That's-
may call this
that's what I
junk.
call 'em.
Me, I call them treasures.
Also known as dyslexia, apparently. Well, so, Dragonborn kind of a hard hitter, but he's also, like, supposed to be somewhat of jack of all trades, so normally I probably would go with light armor, but since we don't have the whole set, I'm going to stick with this. Again, also right now, because we don't have a lot of health, just like we don't have a lot of the way of stamina. Yeah, light armor probably would be better given that, but it is what it is. We will stick with what we got. Equip this one. Rid of those. For those for sure. Gonna label us as a prisoner right away. So she gave me this, that nice lady. Assuming she wasn't proposing. She meant for me to use this to get myself back on my feet, so I'm gonna give that away too. See if he's got anything useful for us to buy. Okay, a lot of interesting stuff here. Not like anything too pressing for the Dragonborn one. Nope.
Trinkets, odds and ends.
There we go again. Skyrim being Skyrim. Click by just half an inch and you're done. Yeah, I got another message. I'll check that here. So I could use my money to upgrade to this, but just to look. And actually, I think I'm going to do that because even though there's no technical gaming advantage to it, from a roleplay perspective, like I'm an Imperial fugitive and I am trying to not get caught again. Stop doing that, Skyrim. Let's buy the iron armor. I don't have enough gold. Oh wow. Okay. Well, looks like we may be stuck with what we got. Yeah, this is not going to. This would just barely give me that, so I think we're just gonna risk it.
All right then.
We have to go through town and
I
across the bridge
forgot to
get
sell my
Bleak
weapons.
Falls
Well, we'll
Barrow.
do that when we get to Whiterun.
You can see it from here, though. The mountain just over the buildings. Those thieves must be mad hiding out there. Those old crypts are filled with nothing but traps, trolls, and who knows what
Talk
else.
about pacing as well. I'm actually pretty, I have a pretty favorable view of how Skyrim handles the pacing of the dialogue and the conversations. It's not so fast that you can't really make it out, or just feels like everyone magically knows the whole script. It's not something people really do in real life. And also it feels like the people actually care about what they're saying. When you talk to someone in real life and they're just zooming through a conversation, you realize that they're not really like, it's not hitting them deeply. So it's refreshing to get that, but it's also not so slow as to be agonizing and to prevent you from getting back in the gameplay, and you can always skip too. If it is every now and again. But do I have to talk to you, or you just leave me alone? You said this way already. Like, what are you doing? Please.
Huh?
I have places to. Okay, well, I'd be weirded out by that too. Well, there we go. She's kind of buggy. Well, she does that.
Plenty of things in the shop that are worth just as much coin. Lucan found the claw about a year after he opened the store. He never quite explained where he got it. He's a tricky one. This is the bridge out of town. The path up the mountain to the northwest leads to Bleak Falls Barrow. I guess I should get back to my brother. He'll throw a fit if I take too long. Such a child.
Well, is this as far as you're gonna take me?
For agreeing to help us.
Oh, well, thank you.
Well, it's a winding road up the mountain just ahead.
Your generous
You'll know
hospitality.
you're in the right place once you spot the old
Kind
watchtower.
spirit.
Once you get to the tower, head north. Bleak Falls Barrow should be just around the corner further up.
You got it.
Good luck. Lucan and I will be waiting for you back in the shop.
So, you gotta stop somewhere else first, but I'm gonna try and help those kind people. If there is one thing in particular that I wish the Skyrim team would have given more thought to, it's how these side quests play into the sort of the idea of, you know, an Armageddon plotline. Like, there's really, law is great and all, you know, preventing petty theft, but at the end of the day, like, the whole world's like on the brink of dying, so being totally destroyed by dragons. I guess we don't entirely know that, but at least for right now we know there's dragons about. So the kind of side quests it gives me are never gonna like realistically take precedence. Face this guy like a true Nord warrior, not sneaking up on him. You gotta do what you gotta do. Be stealthy in combat, but you don't have to. A fair fight. Let the creature die on its feet, so to speak. Ah, some Imperials. You see, I don't know how they're gonna feel about me walking around here in my armor, but I kind of have an what these Imperials are doing. Is it garrison force running from Helgen? Oh, they have a prisoner. Well, I don't know how I feel about this whole Stormcloak Rebellion just yet, so I think I'm just gonna that be. Uh-oh. Looks like someone's in need of help over there. Now, I have played Skyrim before, and these companion guys will get pretty cheeky with someone who did not get involved in the fight. So, I better do so now, so I don't get chided. Besides, it's the right thing to do.
Must have scared him off.
That what you think happened?
Come to
You
your
handle
master.
yourself well.
Be a
You
companion.
could make for a decent shield, brother.
Okay, too many people talking at once. Let's, who's holding the talking stick?
An outsider, eh? An order of warriors. We are brothers and sisters in honor. And we show up to solve problems if the coin is good enough.
That
That's what
sounds
they say.
appealing.
You'll have to talk to Codlack White. The old man's got a good sense.
Community, money,
He can look in your
and
eyes
skill.
and tell your worth.
What
If you go
kind of organization could he ask for?
good luck.
All 4 clubs. Hence the name.
I'm tired of hanging around talking all day.
We'll see about that. Well, that's an honor. Invited to the companions. They must be pretty prestigious if they're going to get away with, you know, just brandishing their weapons all over the hold. Go home base. Whiterun. They're telling me. Got another message, so I will check that. We get through the gates here. Let's get through one more interaction. Thank you for the compliment. I'm glad you're enjoying it. We're also on YouTube and X. Both places at 3 Jack of Clubs 3. Guards here. Look like they are, you know, pretty serious about their business. Not so much about their architecture, I would say. This is not the most brilliant designed fortifications. Your first gatehouse here seems to be a little bit, I say compromised. Well, actually not quite as bad as it looked at first. You'd at least have to do like 2 half jumps in real life to kind of get up that. Which would be pretty stressful if you're under fire, but at the same time, still not quite as defensive as a gate is, if you have a gate, which they don't, because Skyrim. I don't know what those spikes are about. It's not really gonna stop me from doing anything. Like I said, they just kind of threw them on there. That does not count as a watchtower. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Roast of Whiterun. Oh, thank you for following me there. Oh, hello. I hope you didn't hear what I was saying about his hold. Here on behalf of Riverwood. Better not say I was at Helgen. Thank you very much for your follow. Alright, let's get in these doors here, and then I will check.
If you
Alright.
Got hit by a dragon. It takes, but we must have more swords for the Imperial soldiers.
I just can't fill an order that size on my own.
Whiterun seems to be arming for Imperial soldiers.
Ask Yorland Greymane for help.
I'd sooner bend my knee to Ulfric's storm. I'm here to help.
Oh,
Besides, Greymane will
hello.
steal for the Legion.
Have it your way. I'll take the job, but don't expect a miracle.
Like they're in business, the Empire, getting swords out of Whiterun. It tells us where the Jarl's loyalties lies, so hopefully this armor won't be too much of a problem. Now again, probably gonna want to ditch it before I go tell everyone I was at Helgen. Might be wondering just where I got it from, so see if that trader is open right now.
What's on your mind?
Everyone's on their way back to bed. No. No. Well, beautiful. Can't wait that long with this kind of emergency. Hello there.
This talk of dragons.
Greetings. Ah. Who is this? I know who it is. But speaking more on behalf of the viewer. So this, taking a brief pause here, only real brief, we just kind of took an artificial one there to respond to a viewer, but this is a statue of Talos. This is the god that are outlawed. Their treaty with the Thalmor Dominion. So, in the game, these things can give us some advantages, so I am going to take advantage of that. Nice blessing from the Shrine of Talos, but I do also know canonically there is a temple here where they can get blessings from the other members of the Pantheon, and we're gonna do that after we're done in here. Maybe. Actually, now that I think about it, I'm probably gonna stick with Talos until a little bit later, because it's a buff to Dragonborn. Shouts, I mean.
What would you have me do then? Nothing?
My lord, please.
You look friendly.
This is no time for rash action.
What's the meaning of this interruption? Jarl Balgrup is not receiving visitors.
Who's this then?
As House Carl, my job is to deal with all dangers that threaten the Jarl or his people. So you have my attention. Now explain yourself.
With not having to tell them that Helgen was... Yeah, that was a Helgen enemy.
Whatever you have to say to the Jarl, you can say to me.
But if he can't hear it and he kick me out, he doesn't
I want to hear what he has
Gold.
to say.
I think you would trust the Jarl to be able to prepare the information for himself. Like, if you're gonna kill me, you can kill me right here as much as you can kill me back there.
What's this about Riverwood being in danger? Girder owns the lumber mill, if I'm not mistaken. Pillar of the community, not prone to flights of fancy. And you're sure
Good for all of
that
us,
it
I
was
guess.
destroyed by a
Kudos
dragon?
to her.
This wasn't some Stormcloak raid gone wrong?
Oh, I guess gotta come out and say it. I was there.
Smear Irileth was right. What do you say now, Proventus? Shall we continue to trust in the strength of our walls against the dragon?
I wouldn't do that, like, just based on your walls in general.
Once. It's in the most immediate danger. If that dragon is lurking in the
View
mountains.
that as a provocation. He'll assume we're preparing to join Ulfric's side and attack him. We should
Enough!
not.
I'll not stand idly by while the dragon burns
You
my
are
hold and
paranoid.
slaughters my people.
It's inconsistent with your last opinion.
Send a detachment to Riverwood at once.
Yes, my Jarl.
If you'll excuse me, I'll return to my duties.
Or
That
by
would
sending
be
guards
best.
to a city.
Well done. You
It's
sought
pretty
me out
clear
on
what
your
it
own
is.
initiative. You've done Whiterun a service, and I won't forget it. Here, take this as a small token of my
Oh,
esteem.
great. Some Imperial armor that is not
It's
contraband.
another thing you could do for me. Suitable for someone of your particular talents, perhaps. Come, let's go.
At least say
find
perhaps to
Varda,
that.
my court wizard. He's been looking into a matter related to these dragons and rumors of dragons.
Got it. Put on my audio. Alright, there we go. Audio's being a little bit weird. I'm picking me up. Lower. Be good. The one thing I'm gonna get used to about Skyrim in terms of streaming it is that it doesn't have. Can't really tab out of it. I have to tab all the way out of it. I can't just scroll over to my other monitor to adjust OBS.
Dragon Project. Go ahead and fill him in with all the details.
So the Jarl thinks you can be of use to me. Oh yes, he must be referring to my research into the dragons. Yes, I could use someone to fetch something for me. Well,
Who can?
when I say fetch, I really mean delve into a dangerous ruin in search of an ancient stone tablet that may or may not
Go all the way
actually...
there, just look around. We'll
Straight to
play
the point,
ball. Yeah.
No need for
You're all
tedious
seem like a pretty good
housing
employer to
marches. I
have.
like them.
Work my way up in the world. I can tell it, put that on my resume.
I learned of a certain stone tablet said to be housed in Bleak Falls Barrow. A dragon stone said to contain a map of dragon burial sites. Go to Bleak Falls Barrow, find this tablet, no doubt interred in the main chamber, and bring it to me. Simplicity itself.
Okay, so you're sending me to that same place everyone else wants me to go. I'm starting to see some dots connect here, and both personally and in a world that does have deities, I'm getting the impression that this is the call of destiny for me to find my way to Bleak Falls Barrows. So that and the money, I'm in. Now, what else can you tell me that I might need to know? Dragons, don't think I'm going to encounter any there, but still want to inquire about them a little bit. But mostly, tell me about Bleak Falls Barrow.
The ancient Nords, perhaps dating back to the Dragon War itself. Ah, maybe you just want to know how to get there. It's near Riverwood, a miserable little village a few miles south of here. I'm sure some of the locals can
She's a
point you in the right
contemptuous little
direction
bit.
once you get there.
Very small human being.
Well,
Never
must
respect.
preserve some professional secrets, mustn't we? I have my sources. Reliable sources.
Is that why you don't show your face to anyone? I don't really
No,
enjoy talking.
My work
Yeah.
affords me few opportunities for such an adventure. Perhaps some hero will bring one to Dragon's Reach, like old Olaf one I once did. What a fascinating conversation that would be.
Ah,
This is a priority.
foreshadowing.
Anything we
was
can
not
use
a
to
patient
fight
man.
this dragon.
Neither am I, come to think of it.
Need it quickly.
Are you a necessary NPC or eliminate you?
Of course,
Oh, sorry.
Jarl Balruf, you seem to have found me an able assistant. I'm sure he will prove most useful.
Hear of it.
Succeeded.
Not that I enjoy working with someone who has such contempt and such cat-like, flamboyant contempt for this perfectly ordinary village.
Thinking of settling in? There's a
Classic elitism. We're heading to Bleak Falls Barrow. Now, does seem somewhat urgent, but I have no reason to believe yet, as a Dragonborn, that this is literally the end of the world. So, I'm gonna take the time to find myself a place to sleep. Looks like we have a nice inn over here, and oh, let's also throw on that not contraband armor. Also light, which will help me out. Things change this so quickly this early in the game that I have really no reason to hotkey these, but eventually we'll hotkey.
I ain't done nothing.
If it's work you're looking
Oh.
for, Hulda's the one to talk to.
I enjoy
Bar.
this work well enough, but I'm ready to retire. I've been thinking of selling the inn to Isolda. Anyway, what do
Wouldn't
you
it be a bar if there wasn't classic conversation? So it seems like that's gone downhill nowadays. Can't remember the last time I've been to a bar with a friendly bartender who was like actually
Sure,
genuinely
it's yours for a day.
interested in making conversation with the customers. I think it's important.
I'll show you to your
Huh?
room,
Kind of
right?
like Twitch. It's an element that really missed. They follow you. So,
Yes.
woman back there
security and
look like she's just asking for a fight.
what it is.
Back down here. Following through on that. I don't like the way she's looking at me. Not that I like to punch a woman, but important that people know, be put in their place. Especially because it's not just me. I don't know how she look at other people. She's a neighborhood bully, and if there's anything you can count on about the Dragonborn, it's that he does not like bullies.
Think you can go blade to blade with me? You'd be dead in 6 seconds.
They love to
Heat
fight,
of the
huh?
battle is the fire that forges the strongest blades. It's an old Nord proverb. That, and a true Nord never misses a chance to test her worth.
Aye, well, I'll take you up on that.
And why not? I could beat anyone in this city, barehanded. 100 gold says I knock your hide to the ground. Just
Alright,
fists.
you're
no
on.
weapons, no magic, no crying. Let's go. Come on. Well, another maggot in
So the strategy here, especially because we haven't leveled up, we don't have too much stamina. Like very early game. It's not going to be as easy as the fights we've encountered so far. The name of the game is to dodge. Don't have enough stamina to be able to count on a block right now. As much out of the resources of stamina as we can. Oh boy. Is that really necessary? This is not good. I might have to load a quick save here. Oh boy. Yep. Let's go back here. This does not seem fair. This game.
Come on in. Just stoke the fire.
Reason to do hardcore mode. There's a lot of things
I
Skyrim
enjoy this
that
work well enough.
don't
I'm
make for
ready
good
to
content.
retire. I've been thinking of selling the Into Isolda. Anyway,
Got some
what do you
missions
need?
to take care of, and realistically, you would think this would not get in the way of a fight like that.
Sure thing. It's yours for it. I'll show you to your
She's
room
gonna
right this way.
do what she did
You
last
can go
time.
The heat.
Say the same things we did
That
before,
a true Nord never misses a chance to test her worth.
and now let's hop
And why
back.
not? I could beat anyone in this city, barehanded. 100 gold says I knock your hide to the ground. Just fists, no weapons, no magic.
That is a lesson learned, though.
Let's
Gotta
go.
run around the bar throwing punch. Gotta make sure that actually punch. Don't. That's not good.
It's nothing.
That's what I get.
Like the
Winning
fire of
anymore?
greed.
Oh, we're in a friendly brawl. Insult me.
That's all you got?
Try to take this personally.
You call
Why are you crowding me? This is a brawl. Please, ladies and gentlemen.
You're just gonna stand there and take it? Fight back!
Left hook, right hook, and jump over the chair. Can't touch this.
You're a disgrace to your own kind.
Jeez, oh man. What did I get myself into? Doesn't look like I'm doing. This is not. Oh, this is tactical.
Staunch protectors.
You get yourself killed.
This is a local favorite and we're the first song. This
There we go, Bard. Earn your keep.
You think I'm afraid of you?
There we go.
Drive that snow back to the ground! Come on!
There we go. Now who's talking smack?
Punch. You got me.
Yes, I did.
Stand there and take it? Fight back!
You're no liar. Best fight I've had in years. There you are.
Did I say it was going to be? Oh, I would say that, but
I'll make sure it
I
gets
guess I got away with it.
You're no liar. Best fight I've had in years. There you are. You're someone who can get things done. I like that. Let's not waste any
Does-
time.
Follower, which still makes you offer me the dialogue work properly. And quite though.
if it's a lady you're looking. Sure. What can I do for you?
Have our friend here sing us a song
True
while
Imperials,
I check the
that-
chat out.
We drink to our youth, today's come and gone. For the age of aggression is just about done. We'll drive out the storm cloaks and restore what we own. With our blood and our steel, we will take back our home.
Yeah, it looks like we just got one viewer right now on Twitch, but that Twitch is not notorious for updating those things accurately. So you can put that away. I guess I should lead the way on that. we're talking about not hotkeying anything because you know how often we're switching gear this early on, but I'm going back over there. We gotta stuff like this makes that necessary.
But this land is ours, and we'll see it wiped
Hold on.
of the scourge that hath
I should be able to
sullied.
just you know, there's a button for it being favorite items. There we go. Classic character. You. Okay.
Our hopes and
There we go.
our dreams.
Great to have you. Thanks for being here. I'm sorry to hear it's being a little bit laggy.
What? Why are you looking at me?
Not much I can
I
do
work
about
for
that.
Bellathor,
And
the general goods store.
YouTube's looking a little bit, and so is Twitch. Doing that for most of tonight. If there's any. Maybe we'll turn down the adjust some of the settings. A little bit lower quality. Yes. Hot RG, thank you for the follow. It's great to have you. Welcome. And Dark Guardian, good to have you back. We are doing just a classic vanilla playthrough of Skyrim. What? I don't know if I'm gonna change. Yeah. Not gonna be able to do much about the I'd have to probably go out of the game to change the quality. So usually it should only take a second for the lag to kind of sort itself out. Right now, I just need to, well, it's awkward. He's my follower, and in Skyrim, that means they just kind of go wherever you go. He's going to very uncomfortably watch me sleep, but it's hard enough to get good help around here these days, and I'm not gonna pass up for the sake of not being really stared at. Sleep with a knife under my pillow. A nice 8 hours of sleep, and RG, if you're still here, what kind of games do you like to watch?
I ain't done nothing.
Gibbon. Oh man. On Thursdays, or at least last Thursday and this next Thursday, I'll be playing with Gibbon on Gale and Dawson.
Let me know.
Good buddy of mine.
You like.
I'm back. Long time.
Everything. Some may call this junk. Me,
Appreciate you
I
being here.
call them treasures.
RG, if you prefer to watch on YouTube, we are there as well. You can also find me on X and Instagram. More content coming to there soon. Slowly, kind of every day of this beta week, stepping it up a little
Some
bit
may
on what's
call
going
this
on.
junk.
So,
Me, I call them treasures.
all places I can be found at 3 Jack of Clubs 3. It means a lot that you're here this early on, and I appreciate all of the follows today. Okay, so this guy is driving a hard bargain for this kind of stuff. I really just need things that makes it clear that I am not a criminal. But at the same
Some may
time,
call this junk. Me,
we are
I
about to
call
go
them
to Bleak
treasures.
Falls Barrow, and there's no doubt some stuff there that we can swap with people who've been dead for a very long time, and that is going to be probably a pretty good bet of no one recognizing where we got our armor from. Other than this, which these two things, which we did come by very legitimately.
Do come back. I'd even
Do.
trinkets,
Oh,
odds,
Skyrim.
that sort of thing.
Currency can be fun to figure out, but at other times it just does get tedious, especially because the user interface is not great in Skyrim. You misclick by just an inch and it takes you out. Like that. I was trying to go down to a different tab and it just booted me from it. But we got enough done there. Let's head off on our very first adventure. Joined by Uthgerd the Unbroken. How bad is the lag? When we say there's lag, is it totally out the window? Because I got right now it says my bitrate is excellent on Twitch and on YouTube. YouTube is worse than it is on Ellie. That's so not quite where Twitch is in terms of overall quality.
Just us against the dragon. Is that it?
Okay, now, as someone who's played Skyrim before, there is a necessity coming up here that is not quite in the character of the Dragonborn, so we're just going to have to kind of retcon it as it is the will of the gods that I have this horse. The person is totally okay with that, because that's going to be a really long time to get anywhere if we don't have a mount. Huh? Okay, so that guy, you know, he had a horse that looked just like this in his stable a moment ago, and then you know, forgot that this was his, I guess. I don't know. The power of doing things while less than 4 foot high. Skyrim teaches you the importance. No one cares about theft if you're. So, talking about the pluses of having a horse in Skyrim, it is impossible to neglect their ability to ascend. Oh no, this was not what I had in mind. To ascend slopes at unreasonably high angles, which is not letting me show off too well right now, but you can get up to like 90 degrees on this thing. Oh, a wolf, which is going to be a problem all the way there. That we're going to be spontaneously attacked by the animals, but hey, would not be an adventure without random encounters. I'm going to favor this longbow too. Take it out. Unless I prefer to hunt the wolves just because they are. Oh. Well, this is what I get. I wasn't a midget, and now all of a sudden it's theft. What did I tell you? It hasn't been a bounty added yet, so I don't know if they've really figured out who I am yet, so I'm just gonna keep on riding away until they forget that I exist. Those look like people who I'd ordinarily want to talk to, but I'll right on up for right now. Let's stealth here. Far away from them. Oh. You guys don't like attic. Oh, they're bandits and they're attacking my horse. They are focusing on my horse because somehow the horse is registered by the game as being more of a threat than I am. I'm trying to not be insulted. This horse idea is not working out too well so far. Oh no. He's gonna make me put him down. Don't make me do this! I love you! I love you! Oh, voice crack. Well, I will do what must be done. This is what I get. Trying to circumnavigate RNG. You think the guards will help me if I'm being attacked by a wild horse? I think they've forgotten that I stole him. I do now though see why the game registered him as more of a threat than I was. Oh, this man has killed this poor woman. I don't have food for a die yet because this cliff would be my way out of the situation. Hey, he's running away. Or not. I stay right. Nope. Corpse note, that could come in handy. Figure out why he was attacked. I do love, that's a great thing about Skyrim, is these random encounters they have that are, there's more depth to them. Just, oh, your time will get new armor. Here we go. So, I suppose this would still brand me as someone that a guard might want to have a disagreement with, say. But, still better than someone who's obviously an enemy of the Empire. Which I do not want to be. And we'll probably switch to Warhammers when we get more stamina, but for right now, I'm actually going to want this light armor too. So let's take all this, strip both these guys, sell their stuff later for some money. And for right now, let's just try and outrun the horse. Maybe these wolves will finish him off for me. This was a mistake. I recognize that now. I am sorry. Oh boy. Yes, yes, good, good. Excellent. Now I can just stealth my way out of here. The horse won't hate me anymore. Oh no, it sees all! Uthgerd! I totally forgot you existed. I'm glad you do not mind my petty theft. Not that I suppose this is terribly petty. Okay, it's running now. Let it go, Uthgerd. Let it go. Okay. Well, that's her fight now. Let's get back. Doing something other than me randomly shooting arrows into the face of a poor gentle horse. Traumatizing half of the audience. Run, horsey, run! So, like I was talking about earlier, you know, it doesn't canonically make that much sense. Like, this is obviously a place the game wants me to explore, but as the Dragonborn, on a different quest, it doesn't make that much sense for me. I'm gonna do it anyways, because it's fun. Oh, maybe I shouldn't have, but I'm here now. You gonna tell that to these guys? She's a mage, so she's particularly susceptible to these attacks. That being to melee attacks, but at the same time, I don't switch because it's gonna give the skeletons an opportunity to. It's gonna be pretty hard. I don't know where she ended up. I don't want to waste all my arrows on these skeletons. I'm gonna need them. Alright, we've drawn them off, so let's switch on over to this and try and take down that necromancer. If we do, take her down, then the skeletons go with. You're saying you yielded, but you left the skeletons attacking me, so fine that. That's why we slayed her. Another unfortunate reality of this game is that you can't really let people get away with surrendering. This is bow better than the one I have. Yes, it is. Ancient Nord does usually take precedence. Guys, too. So, what did I end that life for? A ritual stone. Okay, use it to raise some people from the dead. Well, given that such is associated with some pretty bad stuff in Norse culture, yeah. What I will do is make this handy dandy. Okay. Now put this guy back so that I have for walking through the wide open plains. Best to have a range weapon. After that catastrophe. Yes, we did find PETA. Sorry, the chat lagged out there for a second. Yeah, may Horsey rest in peace. I'm very sad for his loss, particularly for me. So up there, that's a big old fire. That screams giant to me. And given that I myself am not one, not gonna take that route. Go. But, yes. Oh no. Oh no. No, it's not gonna take us where we want to go. Let's go this way. We're going down the path. The next quest in Skyrim. I guess that's what happens when you're being chased by a bunch of angry guards who are displeased with the fact that
I see you talking to Sven? Maybe not. Maybe.
Again, I maintain they did not mind when I was a midget. You know what I could have used a shortcut there? A horse. But unfortunately, human legs do not work that way. 9-degree. At least not in the way this game allows. The reason for the horses is that a lot of just walking. Skyrim does, however, do a good job, and Elder Scrolls in general, I meant to say earlier when I was talking about it, does a very good job of keeping there being interesting things along the way when you're traveling. Not so much that you can't, like, take a deep breath in and appreciate what's going on, you know, beauty of the world, but also enough that you don't, like... As someone who lives in an area with very wide open scenes, I can attest to the fact that eventually your brain runs out of stuff to fill it with. So, it is nice to have some things to do. Spice things up a bit. Alright. Speaking of which, we've got ourselves some bandits, it looks like. For me to make that kind of identification. We want to be a little bit stealthy. Oh, and I forgot we had a level up, so we'll do that in a second. First, equip this fur stuff, both because it's cold and because we want to be as stealthy as possible. We're kind of the underdog right now. Alright. Let's do it. So, what are we gonna do here? We're in chat right now. Feel free to leave your opinion. Our options are Magicka, Health, and Stamina. I am personally thinking that we do... Sorry, I'm tabbing out of that just so I can... So the YouTube chat is bugging out right now. First screen. Talking about. Wait, get to my YouTube chat. Gotta get my. For a YouTube chat, I am very sorry about this. Not something on my end. This is something on you. If you would like to give your opinion, feel free to hover on Twitch. At there. There's also more to do over there. Twitch allows more plugins. It's really, YouTube's built for watching. Twitch is built for community engagement. If you are here on Twitch, now would be a great time to hop in if you feel like getting involved with the creation of this character. That being said, what am I thinking? I am thinking that we just go for health right now. Dragonborn's been through a lot. Really, he doesn't have much to. There's not much to say that Magico makes sense. What he's been through, hasn't really used any magic, anything along those lines. Health is taking a lot of damage, and stamina. I guess he has done a bit of fighting. I'm being tired about with walking, so let's go for stamina. I'm thinking we just go for classic. One-handed. Well, we're not gonna use one-hand weapons that long. So it actually, I think, makes the most sense of all things, really, each, because talking to a lot of people, not doing a lot. Second. This is about as close we're gonna get without being spotted, based off of that little, every now and again they'll bug out and kind of show you as being viewed when you haven't really been seen by the enemy. Know that you're so close that if you do like that, moving a little bit too fast. Let's stop right here. Let's see how good I am. This is going to tell me whether or not I play as Hanzo tomorrow when I load up Overwatch. So I am the Dragonborn. I'm not looking to be totally stealthy, so I don't mind that they see me after the first hit. It's just to give myself a little bit of advantage so that I can still get the job done. Walking a fine line between honoring the enemy and honoring those we are slaying on their behalf. On whose behalf we are slaying the enemy. Alright, 2 banditos. 2 banditos down. Some space on the planet has been saved. Let us give these bandits the send-off they deserve. Be gone. Rid them beautiful mountain of their taint. Then I will proceed to steal all their ill-gotten gains. And he go out the window. 2 bandits fly. Let's find out. Window mechanics. Oh. Well. Back to sec. Face will probably not be identifiable by the time he reaches the ground.
Now ain't this a surprise?
Is it a surprise? I feel like it's more a surprise for me than it is for you that we just went through all of that and you did not notice that I was there. Steel mace, an upgrade from what I got, so we're gonna do that upgrade again. Don't need anything else he has, and it's too heavy to be worth holding on to sell. So, goodbye, my friend. Eventually, we're gonna need to start taking bets on how many things they hit on the way down. Alright. Thought I wasn't booby-trapped. I did check. Not as thoroughly as I perhaps should have. Not the, I didn't check in complicator kind of way, so to speak. Give it time. Draw it out for you to know what was going on. I did mentally. Now, my kitty wants out of my room, so I'm gonna go take care of that. And you will get to be introduced to my cat real quick, and then we will move back on. He runs away. Let's introduce Fluff. Fluff, say hello. See, we're getting ourselves back into Peeta's good graces. Mystery. Not Harmony. Mystery given. Harmony is the gray one. He is just such a delight. Yes. You'll never find a lovelier cat. He is just the most gentle little thing. So beautiful too. Her personality really is a lot what it looks like. Just this cat full of passion who loves her humans so much. Like, it's totally neurotic if you leave the room for like even a second. Like someone has to almost stay up all night to make sure that she doesn't get all in a stink, because she really starts to panic. It comes from a place of care. You know, she loves her humans so much, can't stand not being with them. Right now, she's attempting to calls. So enjoy that. Now these eyeballs do need to get back to doing their job. So we're gonna go let the kitty do her business, whatever that might be. Bye. Now that our princess has left us, let me get back into getting the filth out of Bleak Falls Barrow. Now, I do want to say, when I was fighting Uthgard back in the bar, she was like throwing massive shade, calling me a disgrace to my race, all these sorts of things, and not a peep when it comes to the bandits. So I will take that into mind when it comes to her share of the goods we get out of this thing. Because though we are, you know, here for the Jarl, I don't see any harm in getting a little loot for ourselves. Another moral dilemma that Skyrim presents us with is the whole is the matter of respect for bodies. Very topical. You can see how what my opinion is as to the bodies of criminals, but when it comes to the bodies of the dead Nords, I don't really know. Oh, we've been spotted. Well, time to charge. Don't really know how I feel about just stealing everything from corpses in what seem to be some, you know, the honored dead, but at the same time, you know, there's these do zombify a lot, and I can only assume that's because the people buried in these locations are not good guys, historically, basically. That they once served the dragons, as we will later find out. Especially because there's a lot of dragon architecture that looks like this, so I'm going to say that it is for a just cause. Well, she's a woman, so we will not chuck her body off. For a little bit more respect for her body. Men are honored in different ways. Man. Every now and again, like I go to scroll in game and it scrolls up on my chat. And I have to tap all the way back out because usually 9 times out of 10, I can't get my mouse over to my other monitor. It's really weird. So some bugs to figure out with Skyrim to be sure, but what is to be expected? At this point, it's really a meme how buggy Skyrim can be, given that the game developer went up on stage and declared it to be a flawless game in response to criticism over such things. And ever since, it's, you know, just become a beloved part of the experience and something y'all could joke about. Thanks to Todd Howard. Alright. Once again, more dilemma. Nord honor. Do I just shoot this man in the back? Well, like I was saying earlier, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Might be dishonorable to do that to certain people, but they're bandits. anyone has done a dishonor to them, it is them. I just carried out what that dishonor warranted. Is this better or worse than what we have for... No, it's about the same. I don't need to strip you. Not like that. But I'm gonna take this though, because they're good coming. I want to know. I really want to know how this came to pass. Well, there's no one left to explain it, unfortunately, but maybe someday we will find out what exactly... Was it the Skeevers? Did these do this? And how? Okay. Back to the Skeevers. I already determined hide is not as good as what we have, so we'll pick our arrows back up. Good old Skyrim lockpick. I think I do actually genuinely really enjoy Skyrim. Frustrating as it can get to be sometimes. Still, like, it's a cool little break. It's a mini game. I think it depends on the type of person, how much they appreciate that sort of diversity. But Skyrim really is designed like it's a very even kill game. Oh, I don't break these. Very even kill game. So it's meant to be the kind of game where you can just go and it'll sort of just continually rotate you through different types of engagement. That's really important for an RPG because the idea is you're hopping into a story, so you don't want to like feel a need to hop out and play a different type of game to kind of suit every part of your palette. We want to be able to get a little bit of everything in there so that you can stay engaged with the ongoing story. All right, Grave Robin, tomb raiding. According to the developers of Raider, she a protector of ancient artifacts. So I know that this guy is canonically about to go spring this trap for me, but it doesn't really make any sense to the Dragon Wolf for me to just sit there and watch him do it. Not canonically. I know because I played this game. We have 3 dots on our compass there for a second. That appear to be anywhere around. Torch realistically seems useful, so I'm going to take it, but it does not really ever actually come to Skyrim. Speaking of, or talking about diversity in the kinds of game experiences you have. Right here, we have our first puzzle. Skyrim is kind of famous for. I do wish they put a little bit more work into it. The difficulty level does eventually just become tedium. They're usually not like that creative of puzzles where you have to really use your head. You just, no matter of how much time you're able to put in walking around a cave, finding the right thing, and then it's immediately obvious. It's just like, how long does it take you to come to the obvious conclusion? Not really calling upon you to really use your head to figure that out. Which is fine. There's a lot to do in Skyrim in the way of thinking things through in the different combat styles and such, but it would be nice, especially since even with the way you can think through the different ways you're going to approach a situation, in most cases, just about any playstyle works as it's designed to. I don't think that's a bad thing. It's kind of like D&D or any other fantasy game where you're really like a sandbox almost, where you can just hop in and go through the world according to your own creativity. But with that already being in the main part of the game, it would be nice if there was a little bit an opportunity to step out every now and again and get something that really gets the brain going. How many times did I say brain in one sitting? Maybe if I had more brains, not be as Ooh. I did just realize that I am... You know, that we have. Yeah, but there's also a sentimental value attached to this, and this right now would label... Oops. Opposite what I'm going to do. This labels me as someone who's working for the Jarl, so I want to actually keep that equipped. Band Shield I'm going to keep around. Iron Shield is so heavy, I'm reluctant to hold on to it. We still got a lot of carry weight to go, so I will for now. But might not be giving it for later. The Imperial stuff I want to sell. That belonged to a man who died doing his duty, so I don't want to take that for granted, so to speak. I don't want to just leave that forgotten cavern. I would like for that to be put somewhere where theoretically his friends and family could come find it. I wish we had a helmet. Oh, that's the one thing. Take down our stealth score a little bit, and bonuses for... We do get bonuses in Skyrim for have a complete set, so we might switch to fur for that reason later, but since we don't have a fur helmet, there's no need to get rid of the Imperial thing Jarl gave us. Alright, I think we're all set. Well, good thing I got my melee weapon back up. And we are sticking with this one. Seems appropriate to the situation to have an ancient or mason. And there we go, another level up. Which means we'll be pausing in a minute. Usually I'm going to keep the level ups as times of engagement with the chat. So in a minute, once we get to a good starting point, do a little bit of chat engagement while I go through those levels. Process. So should at this point be telling us that there might be danger for those. There's a lot of webs, someone calling out for help. You as the Dragonborn have an interest in getting to help them, so skip that skeleton for right now. But also, I feel like we'd have enough wisdom to know that we ought to maybe take this trepidatiously. Doesn't gotta do that. I'm gonna stick with the Nord Mace right now because the two-handed weapon we have available to us is the lowest tier. Okay, well, we were immediately spotted. Any viewers afraid of spiders? Now's the time to look away for a little bit. How about you know what? Now is a good time for it. Now is a good time to go follow us on Instagram and on X. You can find me at 3JackofClubs3. More content coming there in the future. Putting updates on when we're going to go live. Unique insights and what's going on, behind the scenes images, so on and so forth. I just did. I'm going to go get some loot because you're not being very nice. You want good service, act like you deserve it. Now, what can I do for you? I'm here? Okay.
You did it. Killed it. Now cut me down before anything else shows up. Yes, the claw. I know how it works.
I'm here about a thief, and you might be him.
I know how they all fit together. Help me down and I'll show you. You won't believe the power the Nords have hidden there.
I want to know where the claw is first.
Does it look like I can move? You have to cut me down first.
Handy, instead of tell me, but okay. To be fair, wasn't an option that Dragonborn was given there in his dialogue checks, so just an example. You know, sometimes RPGs don't give you all the options you can have in real life. I know it's gonna.
Why should I
Yep.
share the treasure with
Yep.
anyone?
To be expected. Oh boy. Well, not playing Hanzo tomorrow. Let's get this guy. Gotta come back for all this tasty, tasty loot we just passed. Why are you so fast?
Get ready. Trouble ahead.
Never should have come here.
Maybe it has something to do with him being called Arvel the Swift. That explains to me why it, it's consistent, not why he is swift. And what is he on? He's a dark elf. That's not like a dark elf thing. Those are good with magic, not running. Is that what wearing that low clothes gets you? Is that why the gym thoughts do it? Hey, an ancient Nord Warhammer, just after we were talking about not having Warhammer of appropriate quality. We do. All of our weapons are ancient Nord, so this is the point there. Oh, there is our claw. Also a journal that will figure out what was going on in this guy's head, which reminds me we gotta also read. There's a note we picked up from this bandit who killed the woman on the sidewalk. Give us some insights into what he was doing. Why those bandits were after her. This thing's grab a hide helmet. Just to have. I have no interest in the rest of the armor just because I don't really feel like being a male stripper as I'm going through these caves. If there's anything, almost having my head cut off, taught me to appreciate my body. As I casually steal gold off of these half-naked corpses. I said appreciate mine, to be fair, not anyone else's. Gems, some burial urns. Gold, 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 gold. Really not enough gold like later on in the game to make it worth it to be constantly checking these things, so I will eventually stop that. I will speed up the pacing of missions a little bit at some point, but right now the game is very much designed for you to be taking those in, so I'm not too worried about slowing down the gameplay too much. Back here, or just a way around that. Oh, not for Uthgerd. Skyrim. This is
We've stopped.
how Skyrim NPCs work.
What?
Oh. Bless me. Hopefully with Gert if she can figure out how to get. Nope. Oh. I guess you're damned. Try this again. Maybe if I sneak around this way. Come on. I don't know if she's I think she's a central NPC, so theoretically this can't kill her. We just need her. There we go. Like, it hits so much that she finds her on the other side. That's another thing that years, literally over basically a decade and a half at this point of this game being out, Bethesda still has not fixed that companions can't find their way around easily avoidable traps. It's not just that like you have to really solve a puzzle in order to get them to do it, like make use of your command skills. It just doesn't happen. It can be quite frustrating. That being said, I do like having the option to command NPCs to do stuff. It does come in handy sometimes. Not quite on the level of like a game like, say, like Republic Commando, for example, where you feel like having a follower really matters. In Skyrim, they do still, a lot of the times, feel like just basically just a mule who's there to carry your stuff and put out a little bit extra damage. But that being, I mean, they do a good job of writing their stories, to be fair. Speed looting. Take this, have a full set of iron. Bonus that later. Oh, it reminds me, I picked up that hide helmet to put on, never did. Unlock this chest. I think that's a good opportunity to sign up for saying we'll level up in a second here too. Got 2 viewers, thank you both for being here. Quick reminder, you can find us on YouTube, Twitch, obviously, for those watching there. I guess obviously there. And also Instagram and X at 3 Jack of Clubs. Hope you're enjoying the stream. I hope you also consider coming out to join us there this week. You can check out that calendar to see what kind of streams we got going on. Tuesdays are FPS and FPS adjacent. Thursdays are essentially a flex day. Play basically anything on a Thursday. And Saturday/Friday, depending on the week, are our day for community engagement. So playing primarily on public servers, on games such as Minecraft. It'll be what it'll be this weekend. So hope you'll join us then. Not much going on in the chat. That's fine by me. Love our lurkers. Back to the game real quick. Hop back in. Unlock this chest and then level ourselves up. Another couple minutes here. After this level up, after our next break, we'll take a brief pause for me to use the bathroom. Anyone watching, to know that there'll be a good time for you to get up, grab something to eat. Nice little intermission. Go right back into it. So, another trap. This one a little bit trickier than the others, but pretty unique solution to this kind of problem, which is run. We did it! Look at that! Wow. Wow. Amazing. And like I haven't I don't have any gear that would be weird to have at this point. That is just normal Skyrim gear. So it would be nice if this was a little more dangerous. I will testify the fact I have been in playthroughs where I've come straight here out of Riverwood, for example, and gotten pretty messed up by those sorts of things, but if you've done what logically makes sense for the Dragonborn to do, by the time you get there, it's really, you just run right through it. But it is neat. It was a good thought. Alright, stamina, so let's do health. Doing a lot with archery, so let's go there. Grab that guy. I forgot to ask. Anytime I someone to level up, if you are watching this, we'd be happy to get your input. Anyone who wants to participate and fill in the character in a particular direction, happy to oblige. Any creativity or anything you want to see. Ultimately, I am not just playing video games for me and happening to stream them. I am playing video games for you to enjoy. He's dead. Oh, there are more of them. Hopefully they will not be smart enough to not walk in. They were not. We just upgraded our archery, so may as well stick to it for now. Going for those headshots. Tasty, tasty headshots. Look at that. Warhammer's better than the axe. The axe is a little bit quicker than Warhammers in general. There are two. There's the type of weapon in Skyrim. So this is Ancient Nord, and then there is the class of weapon. So an axe, which also follows into the further categorization of melee weapon. So if you compare this to, there's a comparison you can make to all the different types of melee weapons, for example, like the mace that I'm using as a two-handed weapon. The mace moves slower, but does more damage. The axe moves just a little bit faster, does less damage, and across the board, the same qualities will transfer to different types. So if I have, say, Ancient Nor versus Steel, there's not going to be a discrepancy in between how the different classes relate to each other. A Warhammer is always going to be faster than, or slower than an axe of the same type and do more damage, as long as it is the same type. Everything we have right now is already better than this, and I'm not at a point where any of this stuff is really worth bringing back to sell. She wanted to shot. I did not want to interfere with that. As much as I do care to have the honor of doing that death blow, trying to get it would have been a waste of an arrow. Should have gotten it first, most likely, or put me out of the way. This is a more fitting end, to be fair, for the dishonorable dead. Those who decided to serve the dragons and oppressing their fellow Nords. I do not, if you're watching this, at all concerned for what respect is owed to. Get back to those in a second. I'll finish the comment I'm currently making. Respect for the bodies of the undead we're fighting. They were not good people. Not to worry. Ooh, Scroll of Fireball. So this is going to come in handy. I already know, as a longtime player of Skyrim, of the kind of things that will. Not probably we're going to see me use something we're probably going to see me use in this dungeon. But great to have. I'm talking about those glowing mushrooms. Forgot about that. So these guys there in Skyrim, you can use. Not only can you find potions that you can use, but you can also craft potions. So you, as you go, have opportunities. There. Words are hard. To pick up random ingredients. To suppose the whole point is that it's not random. Pick up ingredients that you need in order to make certain types of potions. Really cool feature. Glowing mushrooms are a nice touch. A lot of cool history we'll get to later as to what kind of stuff, the significance of Skyrim's underground. I see that guy there. Looks like he has detected us. I don't know how, given that he already walked past once and didn't see us, but, you know, it is what it is. Let's get the Warhammer out. Experience with that thing. Get my hands dirty. I am a Nord after all. This wouldn't be right to hide behind a bow my whole life. Nice! Notional damage. That guy's straight to the soul. I need to get that soundboard. My accents are not good enough for me to carry. As I was saying, people who weren't here earlier, that kind of stuff is locked out from people who are not yet affiliates. So those who are putting up with not having as much to do in the stream as someone else would, I really appreciate you being here. It means a lot to have you be around as a baby streamer. And no, I will very much be keeping track of who is here right now and be seeking to, in the future, pay you back for that when I get the opportunity to. Give rewards and such. You know, at the end, like I was talking about earlier, at the end of the day, I am here at your service. I am here to provide content, and that, you know, I provide the content first, and then, if you so like, you support me, and I give you back for that. And right now, just being here is a massive support to the channel, and I'll be sure to pay that back. Should have went in with a black. Versus draggers apparently like to open the swing, but it wasn't too much of a problem between the two of us. In these locked chests. A lot of stuff here to build up our early level skills. No! Only an apprentice lock, but I guess at this low level lock picking, a little bit more difficult than be. I say normal in the context of like proper Dragonborn. Been around the block, played through most of the early stuff. Alright, so this is a transition point. I will make this transition into the next part of the barrow. Going down deeper into the depths. Right now, this is a good time for me to take a break, go to the bathroom, and then I will be right back. So, thank you again for being here, and I hope to see you all back here real soon. Quick save. And I'm gonna head back out to menu so that y'all can get the ball. Okay. Alright, I will be right back. Alright, we are back. Thank you for waiting. I hope that everyone made use of that opportunity to get themselves cozy, get a nice bite to eat, something to drink. Myself, I don't, wouldn't be a stream without an energy drink. Wouldn't be able to talk, so I'm just gonna get it all in one big gulp with a nice 5-hour energy there. But yeah, we are back. Let's hop back into Skyrim. Pop that thing while we load back in. Back to game. Alright. Fed 2. It is officially fall, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a great summer. If you're watching this, maybe think about what was the most fun thing you did this summer? Summer I went with the boys down to Texas. A great trip. I have to tell you all about it sometime. But yeah, what did you all do this summer that made it noteworthy? Hope you at least indulged in some Phineas and Ferb. Now that fall is coming up, there's going to be plenty of fall-based questions to ask about. Because there's a lot of activities starting right now. We are, summer has a lot of personal activities, and a lot of this time where people do all things they've really been wanting to do for themselves. And then once we get into the fall, it is the holiday season where we're all sort of doing the same thing, but doing it in slightly different ways. So, looking forward to getting some opinions on that. Alright.
Get ready.
Okay.
Trouble ahead.
So the question is not how do I get past this trap? We've answered that question already. What I'm really more concerned about is those things up there. That's a nod from the game developers that there's going to be a decent amount of enemies I'm going to be able to make use of that for. But I don't know for sure. I'm going to have to lure them there, so on and so forth. And what's going to like jump me once I get past those doors. I see a little lip right there, so tell me we ought to be careful. We'll make this a little more difficult too, because that means running through might not be the best option. We might find ourselves having an extra blade on the other side of this trap. That might make us wish we had taken a little bit more carefully. So we're going to sneak our way through this guy. Oh, didn't quite make it. Boothcard is gonna get wrecked. I can tell you that already. Oh, like I am. Oh, it's going wrong. Oh, oh no! Oh no! Our dear friend Jack did not have enough 5-hour energy. Apparently, he was not at his best. Let's try that again. My bad. Well, nothing jumped us last time, so look at that. Go with your gut, ladies and gentlemen. Shouldn't have overthought it, that's what I get. I was right about one thing, though. There was a blade waiting for us, like, right away. And we're gonna get to use this thing. To Papa. Let there be light. We fathers have a way of saying that. Oh well, come to daddy. Oh, such a disappointment. We fathers also have a way of saying that. Anything useful over there? No. Alright. Let's try and redeem ourselves after that abysmal trap display. Looks like these things were up here too. Ah, we could have made use of that to get the guy the bow. Oh, wow. We took care of him the old-fashioned way. Tight corner. Be a little bit sneaky going around them, especially with opening doors too. Right. My Indiana Jones is tingling. Keep off those just in case. I know because I've played Skyrim before, they don't do anything, but it doesn't really make sense for Dragonborn. So brash about it. No, I did that on accident, but what this is a method for the good team at Bethesda to infuriate and remove from the player pool a very large amount of their audience. Yeah, so you can't imagine as a kid how much time I spent running around the cave, like this whole barrow, looking for anything that would tell me what these 3 things were meant to be changed to. And it's all right here. It's all on the claw. Like, I just assumed that when our friendly thief, the Swift, was mentioning that the claw was of use, I just figured it was the keyhole thing. Because, well, that part's obvious. I was assuming the rest would be just as obvious as the rest of the puzzle. So I just kept looking around for it, and of course, here it was. So, I decided to stick around despite that, despite losing like a half hour of my life to something frankly really easy that was not that rewarding to find out. But hazard to guess that not everyone did. Bear, butterfly, owl. Now that's something I wonder. Is that different every time, or is that consistent? I'm gonna guess it's consistent. Because I think I may have even not found it and just looked it up and used what the internet told me the answers were, and not so much where to find the answers. I was so just done at that point, I didn't really care. But there we go. And we know that plays before future reference. All of the claws have that kind of puzzle with them. And there is a cool feature that once you get past that hump, you realize that every time you go and find one of those claws out in the wilderness, you know there's a barrel attached to it. I think there's a door somewhere that will open. Batman? Batman here? No? Okay. Not at all sus.
Don't see that every day.
Yeah, that is very interesting. But I am a Nord, and I will not be intimidated. Uthgar, the wall's touching me. I don't know if I like it. But, I guess we'll just let it happen. Okay, alright then. Oh, Alfred! Alfred, you're alive! Oh, that's not Alfred. Man. I don't know what circumstances he died under, but his first act when being resurrected was to shout at a woman. I guess relatable. There's probably a lot of men who have that in their story. Would be the state they're in immediately after waking up from being dead. Anyways, that guy went down like a chump. So not much to show for that, but we do have some cool loot. This is telling me that we may have been too easy. I went with just a standard. Probably should have upped the difficulty a little bit. I might still be able to do that. But so this is an enchanted weapon. It has an added effect. Still does less damage overall than his base damage is less. on the hammer, but the overall damage is going to be higher because it has those 5 points of frost damage, which will linger on an enemy. And you can kind of, like I was talking about earlier, if you are in Skyrim, part of what makes it so accessible and replayable is that it really sticks to the core elements of fantasy. And you can intuit that a frost weapon is going to be particularly useful against an enemy that's like fire based, or that looks like it couldn't take the cold. Like me, in real life. I have a space heater going all summer long. I'm going to stick to Warhammer right now, though, because this little bar here, we know that enchantments don't. They do have limited amount of uses, so I'm going to save this guy for when we're going up against an enemy particularly susceptible to frost. Which I recall correctly in this game would be elves. We did also pick up that weird dragon stone. We don't know canonically what the wall touch did to us. We're gonna keep calling it that for right now. The uncomfortable wall touch. We don't know what that did, but we have a neat stone and an interesting story to tell. We wiped him. Let's see if we can change that difficulty. Sure, if we're not thrown too far back into the live stream, I die. That being said, still doesn't look like we have option for popping the. But we'll see with that now. I'll see what I can do. Okay. Got another hour and a half here. Well, let's make the most use of it as we can. Try and get through probably one more storyline. Oh, not storyline, I suppose, but get the idea. Portion of the quest. Interesting. So apparently, someone decided, hey, you know what would be a good idea? Instead of just putting a normal door with a lock and a lever, we should put a stone slab with a lever. Because that's naturally more stealthy. Okay. If I stop to question everything that did not make sense in life, I would probably spend most of my life stopped. Not that it doesn't make sense, like I can't make sense of such things, of course, but there's always a reason people do things the way they do. And you really learn a lot from the mistakes people make. It tells you what is unique about them, as opposed to just how are they responding organically to to an environment. If they do what anyone else would be expected to do, you just know that they're vanilla, so to speak, which isn't a bad thing, but not much useful information. Mistakes. It will tell you a lot about a person, or a game developer, so on and so forth. In that case, yeah, I guess maybe I see now. Learning that it's not a mistake, that's an option too. If I was a raider and I came through this way, I would not know that that's a door. That part of the sanctum. That makes sense of a stone slab. It's not supposed to be hidden from the other side. It's supposed to be hidden from this. The fox down there. Ruthger did not seem to follow us for some reason. Don't know why. Oh, okay. Magic. We've been thrown out here into a mammoth graveyard, it appears so. Be a pretty obvious way down, so we will of course not take that. Never know what bogeys might be flying around there, though. That being said, not really the way of the Dragonborn to power away by walking always off path. Got some wolves here. Do our duty to Skyrim. And get rid of these pests. Where's your friend at? Found him point blank in the face with an arrow, and he did die. Which, not say some very nice things about the quality of our equipment. There is a fishing rod, though. I want it. And fish in Skyrim. I don't have the best time for it. We'll get to that another point, but it's actually kind of cool because you're doing it, and as you're doing it, you'll just randomly get all sorts of different fun loot from the water. I think it's really a neat mechanic. It also makes the game feel more alive. Just for fun right now, I'm going to see if I can hit those wolves over there. Yeah. We'll get a chance to test my archery skills pretty soon, knowing what's coming up in the campaign. Main storyline. Gotta get my head in the game. Disco musical all over again. Nirnroot. Speaking of musical, Nirnroot. Another neat little thing in Skyrim. Got there's really no story behind what they are, which is part of their appeal. Bethesda is known for having a lot of fun mysteries you can delve into. There's all sorts of channels devoted to unpacking the mysteries of both Elder Scrolls and other Bethesda franchises, like that's what I was looking for in the water. I thought it was a tree, but apparently it's a moose. Greetings. Okay. So, realistically, I don't know where I am. There's a fire over there, but there is also a fort there, so maybe that's a place to check out. I don't know if there's a fire. I don't know who's friendly or not over there, but it does look a little friendlier than our old castle does. Be more on our way back to Skyrim. Not the fire. Or not that way. That's the way we're looking. Okay, so we don't really want to go that way. Do I, though? Do I really not want to go that way? I want adventure. That's what we came here for. World's not going to end just yet. I can take a second. Going back to Nirnroot. Yeah, it really has no explanation. We just know that it's loosely connected to some other big mysteries in Skyrim that don't have an exact blah, blah. Excuse my burp. Give me a second. Ugh. Oh man. Alright. Yeah, we don't have an exact answer to either. It's connected to some other mysteries. But it's just this cool little plant that glows and has a pretty hum to it. Village over that way. Really here for this. I think we're gonna head back to that fire and find our way back to civilization. What is up with this? How did a castle end up in the lake? Mood crab! Ah! This is Maryland! I am plagued by subpar football teams. Accurate depiction of Baltimore. Let's head in here and see what's going on. What? What happened here? My man's been pretty much, you know, I don't, I'm gonna assume, based on the fact that he's dead, this was not his idea. So that rules out one of the things it could be. Give this man some peace. Open his shackles, except it won't let his body fall. I guess he's permanently stuck there. And bury it. That's the game. Looks like a case of murder. We are the Dragonborns, so that's not gonna be alright with us. Someone pretty nasty lives here. You say you don't see that every day, but in Skyrim, I'm getting the sense, Uthgar, that this stuff might be more common than any of us like to admit. Whatever the cause of this is, let's go put a stop to it. Again, Miner's like, gotta keep opening some stuff. Let's do that now, since we have his journal. I'll probably tell us what we're getting ourselves. Use this too. Learn a spell there. Not really the Nords' thing to use magic. To some extent, associated with dark entities. So we more lore on that at another point, but essentially the entity responsible for magic existing in the world, who's the kind of the member of the path associated with magic, not a friend to humanity. He is somewhat a friend to elves, it's kind of but not a friend to humanity, and the Nords are very passionate about that. Other types of humans are less worried about that sort of thing, but the Nords are very particular on that. So you won't find a lot of Nord mages. Like I said, there's a lot more to get in. That was a very crude way of saying it because I didn't want to go to too much detail. Don't want to spoil Skyrim's ability to introduce that to everyone later. So right now, really gets the gist across. But unfortunately, see last words of our fisherman. A decent catch of fish is getting harder to come by. Without a good spot soon, I don't think we'll survive the next winter. So I'm traveling south towards Lake Ilinalta. Folks say it's cursed. The whole Imperial fort just sank into the water one day, and they say the ruins have been haunted since. When I asked, I got ghost stories. Tales of people who went out near the lake and never came back. They say spirits haunt the hallways of the sunken fort and steal the little children from their mother's cribs. No amount of coin would convince any of the nearby villagers to guide me there. I'm following the White River. Waiter. Divines protect me. I hope the stories are not true. Well, whatever got to him. Seems like, unfortunately, Divines did not have employed for him. About that corpse earlier. Nothing too urgent in that fisherman's journal, and he clearly has been dead for quite a while. So if it was murder, we have a little bit of time to put around the crime scene. Check out another. If you were reading this, I am most likely dead. A group of bandits ransacked my home and took most everything valuable I own. The worst is they took a pendant that has been in my family for many generations. Most of my family is dead, so that pendant was the last connection I had with any of them. I'm going after those scoundrels and getting my pendant back, even if it is the death of me. Shame, I guess I did pick it up, didn't I? Carol. I got this from the chest. Yes, I thought I had necklace resist shock. That may have been it as well. I think the necklace of resist shock I got from Elegant. So this must be talking. Or I forget. I feel like the note said what kind of pendant it was, but there's no one to return it to, so it doesn't really matter that I get that right. This is just horrible. If I thought to read this back in the day, would have told me how to use that claw, but active.
Trouble ahead.
Figuring out what's going on here. Show yourselves, demons. Ah, as I suspected. Necromancer. Is this not haunted? This is haunted by men, not the undead. Ah, well, it's a good thing else. I don't like to strip women. Oh, a human heart. That should be disposed of properly, so we'll take that. Go to bring somewhere else in order to give it a proper burial. Uh-oh. Look like there are more kind of hearts these guys have been collecting. So these come from a group here called the Forsworn. We'll learn more about later. Take those, because those are valuable. Body. Oh no, trust I don't really. Listen, just practically. To get by in this game, you have to. Some of these books give you skills when you read them. I'm not gonna go through all of them because I don't want to waste that kind of time while I'm streaming, but another really cool thing about Skyrim, Outer Scrolls in general, you could actually read all of these books. Not full books, but they all do have content in. Oh, looks like there's another necromancer. Oh, that was a lady. Oh well, can't put it back. Put clothes onto a dead body, it still stays in the most undressed state it was, so. Oh well. Ironically, the drawing board, in my mind, wouldn't be doing any of those things. We'll just say that they are left fully clothed. Be interesting to play the game one time with that actual challenge, but I just don't think it'd make for an enjoyable vanilla stream. Let's slow down the pacing in such a way that you really have to be there for challenges more so than trying to follow along with the story, which is not what we're going for with this. Some nice potions there that'll help us out later. Following our way through very sacrilegious necromancers, putting 3 heads on each pike. Some symbolism there. 3 being the ancient Hebrew and modern Judeo-Christian number for that which is sacred, for the number of God Himself, perfection. So that's a little nod to that. God is being. Oh, another woman accidentally stripped. These guys having devoted their lives to committing sacrilege against the most sacred life. So, cool little sign thing, nod from the creators of the Skyrim. Now, as is tradition, with our opponents that are of the dishonorable dead, we are going to make sure these bodies get the treatment that they deserve, as in being desecrated. I do wonder if there's anything in those waters that could be. It is a sunken fortress, and it looks like there's supposed to be stairs here. Yep, here we go. Go down there once we come back up. Air first. Let's breathe. Down we go. We did it. and didn't even take any damage. Steel spur in the kettle. That's valuable. I can sell that. Fairly new Razer Kraken headphones. Pretty comfortable, I'd say. It can get a little bit tiresome after long periods of use, but it kind of goes for any headset. Play for more than a few hours. They're not designed to hold up that long. No one's really... Human beings are not designed to handle more than a few hours a day of gaming in general. That being somewhat discomfort, and the discomfort level is what, at the end of the day, makes this work. Not just leisure. Playing this long, for y'all's sake more than mine. Okay. Now, earlier I said that I wasn't going to use that fireball scroll until a certain later date. I haven't ever actually, in all my playing of Skyrim, been in here before, so might be able to make use of that sometime. There we go with one of those books that gives us a nice enchanting. Whoa, gas. Y'all seeing what I'm seeing? Seeing this beauty? Look at that. That just screams, put me on my head. On your head. Take that and do just that. Level up in a minute here. And get through all this, and then we'll take care of the level up. Look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful. Oh, actually it does have a... I say that in sort of a mocking way, but look at that design. Attention to detail. It's actually really cool. I like that. It looks good on white. Elegant design. It is kind of redundant. You know, lighter colors usually go with elegant, so there's not a lot of contrast. It's very monolithic, so different people have different fashion styles. I think on the Dragonborn, it's not the best look, because he's already pretty physically consistent, and too much consistency gives you really nothing to look at in contrast. That sort of thing is always somewhat subjective, somewhat objective, in various different ways. Discussion for another time. Artistic objectivity in general, because there is an element of that I think people forget about a lot. There is some things that are universal, and that's important to remember, not because anyone's looking to detract from the preciousness of all of our uniqueness, but there are things that bind us all together too in that respect. There are some things that are universal or get objectivity, at least in the sense of like, though not everyone will see something some way, the majority of people. Well, at least we're leveling up our lockpick. There we go. There's some moaning behind this door, so I'm in here to help people. The bandit moaning. Wherever those people are, something's not going well for them. Where are they? You die already. I killed you once before. There's people around. We'll stealth around this corner. We also we'll deal with putting the classic Skyrim helmet back on in a minute. Love the look. Ah. I now know why those bandits were screaming. Let us rid the world of this nuisance. Oh. Way around. You're ready to jump her. Fully seen us yet. You can tell from the eye logo in the screen. When it's all the way fully open, you're detected. And then when you stay crouched, it gradually closes. And once it's all the way closed, this means you've re-entered stealth. They have lost you. Given that's a video game, that also means they forget you exist. Not like you don't get a bonus to discovering you now that they see you. A little unrealistic, but bad. So just come around and try and find you, but it's not like there's a way for her to do that. Oh, I'm even supposed to her. Oh. Good question. Looks like our friends we want to help are behind that door. We gotta take care of this bad guy first. Oh. There's our bandit friend. Either here trying to do the exact same thing we were. Here trying to steal loot is another option. Or, perhaps they came to rescue a friend. No matter what, it is somewhat sad to see them have met that fate. Bandits are scum. Not as much as necromancers. Not as much as I enjoy killing you. Oh, there we go. A fitting end to blight on the world. Necromancers will never learn. That being said, you hope that somewhere, on some level, he was not wholeheartedly committed. The repose. Now, find our way through that door. Actually, first let's check, where was she going? Back for that door. Guessing this is a back entrance. Usually come the first time. Yep. Back entrance. So, no one to save behind that door, so it lets us know. Move on. I'm guessing that by now we have eliminated all of the potential opponents. Engine. There's some lavender. Might need that for sleep, for getting myself to go to sleep after this. Look, the shrine with 6 heads. More fitting imagery there. Number of imperfection. Origin of the number 666. Well, the origin is first, known from the Revelation, but numerology behind it is perfect imperfection. 3. Only need 2 statistics. Checks out. It's not like we just discovered the home of the Antichrist or anything. But bad dudes nonetheless. Alright, we are over encumbered. We're gonna need to pitch a few. Make it back to a place where we can sell this stuff. Can do. Give it to Barry. We're also gonna level up. Looks like finish this dungeon.
let's get going. What do you need to take?
Good stuff. Interesting. She wanted to just let me take her eater home. Couple things encumber me. Should be back somewhere we can sell stuff pretty soon, so no need to totally unencumber myself. Oh, look at that. This was familiar, but it isn't. This is someplace. Or is it? No. How did we miss that? Did I miss it? Maybe? Could I be fired? Do I need to lose my job? I don't know how I did not catch that, but... Oh. There's that over there. Looks pretty run down. Rock formation I want to check out, but then there's that fire over there. We're gonna go still stay on target and tracking that down. Uh-oh. Fishes of slaughter. I forget the name for fish in Spanish. I almost just called them slaughter chickens. Hola. Pollo, I believe it's pronounced for chicken. Quick. 9, or let's see, 4 plus. It took 7 years of Spanish, and I can't tell you what a fish is. Which, to be fair, does speak a little bit as much to me as it does my education. I just wish they had. I wish they had done a better job motivating. Like that. The Lady Stone. What does it do? Generate health and stamina. Gee, I think I like that over the Warrior Stone. Let's get that. It's more universally applicable. Oh, they do say a luck be a lady. I guess Frank Sinatra does. Got some wolves over there. Lake archery. Drop in Skyrim is a little bit to get used to, and I am a little bit rusty. Okay. Decided it'd be best to come in a little bit raw so I can enjoy some of the experience organically, along with the viewers. Just playing through, being fresh out of playing through the thing off. But I have already done most of one playthrough earlier this year. It's not that new. It's in a good spot, basically, is what I'm saying. Not to be familiar with it. Obviously, have a lot of history through all the way through this game several times over. But skeleton. Game and out of game. We do have a little bit of time to explore, trying to kind of end this episode on getting back to the Jarl. The burial site, no doubt, also desecrated by necromancers. Skeletons, where they may have come from there. That's another burial site. I'm not gonna head in there just yet, because we did want to check out that fire, and it looks like whoever was there seems to be in trouble. Let's hope they are not bandits. Out our weapons.
You speak to a
Vigilant of Stendar.
Cavort with any Daedra, and we will hunt you down.
So, I think canonically the drawing board would know this, so I'm not going to ask for his benefit, but I will ask for y'all's.
He
Who's
is the
Stendar?
God of mercy, the patron of order and justice for all of Tamriel. We bring his compassion where none can be found, by cleansing all those who would offend his children.
I do love myself a vigilant man.
And any other abominations
Daedra?
that prey on mortals. Vampires, werewolves, witches. But the Daedra are the worst. Their callous disregard for our lives is abhorrent in the eyes of the God of mercy. Yes, our order was founded after the Oblivion Crisis. We dedicate our lives to facing the threat of Daedra wherever they appear. We're quartered in the Hall of the Vigilant. Keeper Carset heads Skyrim's branch of our order there, providing healing and justice as needed.
To check that out, maybe we have
Will be watching you.
calling to justice in the world. We already seem to be pretty involved in that. Doesn't seem like that was the guy who came from the fire, so keep heading this way while I kind of elaborate a little bit more on that. So, going back to that god of magic I was talking about earlier, the way the Pantheon works in the Elder Scrolls is essentially when the world was being made, there were these sets of, I don't remember all of the details, but I know a lot of the Aedra and Daedra are all working together on the project of the world, and the one who convinced everyone to do it, his name was Lorcan, and what he didn't tell the others is that in the process of making the world, they have to sacrifice some part of themselves. So Magnus was a part of a group that fled halfway through the project after they figured it out to save themselves, and the people of the Elder Scrolls credit that for things like the stars and things like the stars, which they consider to be holes in the sky of the fleeing gods. The Daedra kind of gave up on the process but decided to stick around, and the Aedra are those who went all the way through with it. The Aedra have less ability to affect the world directly, but often provide indirect help, sort of the same way, allowing Daedra and Aedra to kind of take on. The Aedra work in the way a lot of more monotheistic religions would view God, and still very connected in the world, but not, continuously popping in all the time in very overt ways, giving a little bit more room to breathe for the people in it. And the Daedra are very active, so they can take physical, even to some extent take physical form, can send demons called Dremora, and that Vigilant Stendar is referring to a crisis not that long ago in the history of Tamriel where one of the Daedra tried to, take over the world. And they were thwarted by, I'm gonna go check out this guy before I come back and talk to this Bushman. He doesn't seem like he's going anywhere. And was stopped by the hero of the last Elder Scrolls game.
I've been hunting and fishing in these parts for years.
It's a friendly hunter. Don't need to buy anything from him, so we'll go back to the fisherman. And more on those later, but a little lore bit on the Aedra and Daedra.
It's not like my poaching is hurting anyone. The Jarl can hardly eat every deer now, can he?
It is a good thing I am not officially associated, because he just confessed a crime to me. I'm gonna let that one slide for right now, given that we are in other business and practically in game the only solution I have is to kill him, which poaching is a crime, but not one that is quite the death penalty level, so we'll let him go. So in real life I would imagine I would probably report him to somebody. Oh dear. So you can see the shield, you can use shield bash, you can block. Pretty nifty stuff. Uses stamina to do that. The reason I wasn't using certain builds is I didn't have as much, but we've leveled up our stamina a little bit now. So it gives us a few more options. This was the layout we were using earlier, and the reason we were doing that is because you can still somewhat just barely take a little bit of damage off with blocking with a shield with no stamina, and with if you don't have a lot of stamina for melee weapons, you can still hit people, but you can't do these big attacks, which makes the one-handed weapons better because you can swing them faster without stamina than you could if you were using a two-handed weapon. Looks like we found where those skeletons were from. Doing the Lord's work today. Piece of Skyrim. One of them. Perhaps. Dundar. If not more than one. You hear the phrase divines is referring to all of the Aedra. No, this is tedious, but it must be done. It is now tradition. The character that we were introduced to very early on in the game, the controversial figure of Talos, that problem will come up again and again throughout the game. He is someone that the Nords and previously even the Empire view to have ascended to the level of the Aedra after living a very notable life, which we won't get too much into that right now for time's sake. But yeah, very notable character in history, and so the elves didn't, they hated the idea resented the idea of a human being lifted up to that level, especially since man has always been associated with Lorcan. I kind of forget why. I think they are viewed as the children of Lorcan, who are viewed as the elves as a betrayer, whereas in the human understanding of history, they don't perceive Lorcan as having lied to the other Aedra. So they view as Lorcan as having been betrayed, and the others, it's the Daedra, who, that's another thing about elves. Elves often, some forms of elves even worship the Daedra instead of the Aedra. A lot of men view elves as duplicitous, whereas elves kind of view men as being treasonous. Three different forms of deception. Slaughtering some bandits here. Doing all the Lord's work today. Come here. Fortunately, these guys are a little bit far away from the nearest mountain, so the fire will have to do. The good people of Tamriel can thank me later. Ooh, a treasure map. We will make use of that, to be sure. Throwing the bodies. Pick up some handy loot. What we're doing here is we're working our way back to Whiterun. I think I'm gonna fast travel in a minute. I am curious about those stairs over there, though. I wonder if there's a hunted cabin up there. Let's do this too. In the spirit of being a jack of all trades, put some points into Magicka. Looks like let's do health again. He's blocked for the first time, so let's talked about blocking for the first time at least, so let's upgrade that guy. And was watching right now, so we'll do a voting for right now on that. Ooh, book about sentinels. Maybe we are called to be vigilant. Got an upgrade from there. Perhaps we will consider joining the Vigilance of Stendarr at a later point. If you are with us when you're watching that, you will be able to vote on that. There. Speaking of Talos, oh no. Oh, this is horrible. And here we go. One of the causes of the Civil War. So this is a Thalmor, Ancient of the Dominion. And he is here to put down these people who have come to worship their god in secret. They weren't willing to be persecuted out of doing what they believed to be the will of God. And a lot of respect to them for that. And now more, we're here to very sad sight. You know what? Now that I'm not going to loot anything else off these bodies, now that I'm thinking about it, was just kind of going through the motions. Happily loot the Thalmor. Wish there was something more we could do for them. But let's just leave their bodies in a little more organized manner at the feet of the shrine. Give them a little bit more dignity. Thankfully, someone took care of at least one of the Thalmor. Don't know who it was because all these guys appear to be dead, so maybe there were survivors, and someone will come by who's actually capable of burying these guys. Oh no. Look what I've done. The ragdoll physics are not the best, so kinda mess up the only body that was properly positioned, but that's a thought that counts. You know, it's an interesting question, that one that I don't personally have an answer to. Like, does it make sense within the canon of the Elder Scrolls that Alice would actually be ascended to the level of the Aedra? Do I think so personally? I don't know. That's a question we'll come to at another point. As for this dirty Thalmor agent, we will leave him in plain sight of all who pass in his disgrace. Eventually we're going to have access to a home base, so we'll be able to store different sets of armor. I'm going to hold on to the heavy armor, at least a sal for right now.
What do you need to take?
That been an iron shield. I should have been using this one. What else can I get of? That'll all help me.
Let's go.
Enough. Well, now that we have laid to rest these fine people, fast travel the rest of the way back. Got about 40 minutes left in the stream. If you're here right now, thank you for being here. Consider checking us out on X, Instagram, and YouTube at 3JackofClubs3. Really appreciate all the support, and I hope you've been enjoying the stream. At the end of the day, that's the biggest thing. Making everyone's lives better.
I spend a lot of time at the market stall so I can learn the merchant's trade. I need more experience if I'm going to run an inn someday.
Let's go. The shop's probably still open right now because it looks like we have some daylight. Let's go try and sell our excess goods before he closes, and then we'll make our way back to the Jarl. Might be where we call it.
Got any sausages? I'm cooking a special breakfast for a friend, and they're his favorite.
Let me know if you see anything you like. Everything's... Oh, a bit of this and a bit of that.
I'm sure you do, Bellathor. We'll put this on before we... let's put this on. I don't know if it's our sale prices are better with it, so...
You've stopped. What is it?
Let's use this time. Haven't gotten out of that to make sure we get the thing we sell from our good friend, Utgert. So kindly curing everything for us. I'm tempted to forgive all her earlier insults. Half.
Let's go.
I'd even buy one of your relatives if you're looking to sell. Yeah, that's a little joke.
I'm sure it is.
Bit of that.
I forgot to put it on. Oh dear. Maybe I should sell myself.
Remember, I'll give you. You just let me.
Questioning my ability to hold on to my talent, so to. All right. Mage robes. Oh, very decent. Oh, need to keep them around, man. A little bit tired. Alright. So this guy too, not going to really come in handy. Do like the fur armor more than this, and I don't know how long. Or the armor I'm currently wearing, like aesthetically. Don't know how long I'll hold on to this one. At least I want to do it for now, but I'm not going to sell the fur so I can wear it later. This seems like something I should keep. I can wear it with my fancy clothes. There are some events for in the game where that's appropriate, so I'll keep that in honor of that poor woman who gave her life to try and get it back for the sake of her family. I'll sell this hat though. Don't really have a lot of use for it. 0 value. That helmet can go. There's a fur helmet. There is. So this wouldn't give us the full set advantage we use first. We don't need that. Put 1,000 more robes. We'll want to get rid of that. That's for a lot of money. I already talked about where we're getting rid of those. Don't need this anymore because we have this guy. Which pacing of this game, the money that this is worth is gonna be worth, it's gonna come in handy before this thing ever will. We'll have access to better gear, so let's sell that too. And the rest of this iron set, other than the classic Skyrim helmet, that we're gonna be wearing usually, so I won't get rid of that. That could be useful later, so hold on. Use the necromancer. This is tainted. I have no use for that. Oh, he's out of money. I should buy some things. Or not.
Some may call
Go to
them
Skyrim.
junk. Me, I call them treasures.
I would like to purchase one nightmare, please. Yeah. It's actually kind of cute if you take a second to look at it. That's really cool. And this does come into play. You can adopt children, orphans in Skyrim. So there is a use for this too. And it's actually really neat. Adoption is a beautiful thing. Not seeing anything particularly useful here. Maybe some more lockpicks because you could have used quite a bit. Wow. But I am not a vagrant, and I also already had access and conjuring stuff, and this is a lot of money. Not worth it for us. No!
Take a look.
Mamma mia. Let's use the arrow keys now. Learn my lesson. Some steer arrows might be nice. Let's buy a few of those. We have some money, a good amount of money to throw around. 50 is usually a good amount to carry, so let's do that. They don't weigh anything, so it's not going to encumber us at all, but don't want to spend that much money either. I want to spend just enough money that he can make it worth my while to give stuff back. I was saying there, but you got it, no doubt. Minor healing post would be useful too. Minor magicka. That's way too expensive. Minor stamina. Okay. We should have enough now to sell the rest of our things and be fine. I'm gonna keep that guy around so I can show that off. Maybe that's how we'll end the stream and fill in the last few minutes if we're end up a little bit under time after we talk to the Jarl. Yeah, what a miss. Gotta use arrow keys. Skyrim doesn't like me. My hands. All the amethysts. Bear pelt, let's keep that. A memento of our experience in Helgen. Don't have much use for these guys, and they do... That's a pretty... Oh. I need these kind of things later on in the game. They are very easy to find, so... Worth selling right now. There we go, just like that, Bonathor's out of money. We've sold just about everything we don't need, so let's go talk to the Jarl. Let's stop in. Get the Blessing of Stendar, because I do find it very useful. Like, good time. They're pre-Samara. We're healing people. I think they're tomorrow. They're at least
Welcome, child.
clerics or something. Oh, I guess it's just the Temple of Kinnereth. I thought there was more. Yeah. Let's associate ourselves with something non-controversial right now, because we are trying to stay out of the Civil War.
You haven't seemed yourself today.
And when we touch those shrines as well, it gets rid of any lingering effects an opponent may have left on us that I missed, like a disease or poison.
Be glad you're here in the city, not up. No lollygagging.
I just got here. Man. Talk about a lack of hospitality. And the Jarl's not even here. Oh well.
You see, the terminology is clearly
Dude,
first era or
is it raining?
I'm convinced this is a copy
Like,
of a much older text. Perhaps dating
God.
just after the Dragon War. If so,
If you are watching this, don't be these people. Don't wear hoods inside.
Good. I'm glad
It's
you're
just
making
weird.
progress. My employers are anxious to have some tangible answers.
I don't mind hats. I'm gonna be honest. I am kind of messing around. I don't hate it. As long as you do it stylish. Don't be a slob.
Time is running, Farengar, don't forget.
You are worth
This
more
isn't
than
some
that.
theoretical question. Dragons have come back.
Yes, don't worry. Although the chance to see a living
The
dragon
back
up close would be tremendously
position.
valuable. Now,
We have a
let me
visitor.
show you something else I found. Very intriguing. I think your employers may be interested as well. Bah, yes, the Jarl's protege. Back from Bleak Falls Barrow. You didn't die, it seems.
I
the dragon
would
stole
say a little
from
bit more
Bleak
than
Barrow.
seems.
Seems you are a cut above the usual fruits the Jarl sends my way.
I will somewhat take that as a compliment.
That is where your job ends and mine
I like
begins.
you even less now.
The work of the mind, sadly undervalued in Skyrim. My
I'm sure it's
associate
not.
here will be pleased to see your handiwork. She discovered its location by means she has so far declined to share with me. So your
I would too.
was correct after all. And we have our friend here to
You're
thank
not a
for
likable
covering
person.
for us.
You went into Bleak Falls Barrow and got
Not
that?
friend.
Nice work. Just send
Thank
me
you.
a copy when you've deciphered it.
Finally, someone who has some manners.
A dragon's been sighted nearby. You should come too.
A dragon.
A dragon, you say?
Where was it seen? What was
I haven't seen one of those before.
I'd take this a bit more seriously if I were you. If a dragon decides to attack Whiterun,
Yeah, you take that more seriously.
let's go.
I am Paradigm. Paradigm. 30.
So,
Irileth tells me you came from the Western Watchtower?
Yes, my lord.
Tell him what you told me about the dragon.
Oh, that's right. We saw it coming from the south. It was fast. Faster than anything I've ever seen.
What did it do? Is it attacking the Watchtower?
No, my lord. It was just circling overhead when I left. I never ran so fast in my life. I thought it would have come after me, for sure.
Good work, son. We'll take it from here. Head down to the barracks for some food and rest. You've earned it.
And there's a good man.
Better gather some guardsmen and get down there.
I've already ordered my men to muster in the main gate.
Good. Don't fail me. There's no time to stand on ceremony, my friend. I need your help again. I want you to go
I'd be
with
happy to
Irileth
give it.
and help her fight this dragon. You survived Helgen, so you have more experience with dragons than anyone else here.
Guess that kind
And
of
I
counts.
haven't forgotten the service you did for me in retrieving the dragon stone for Farengar. As a token of my esteem, I have instructed Avenici that you are now permitted to purchase property in the city. And please, accept this gift from my personal armory.
It is honor enough to serve you, my liege. This help us. Right. Well, maybe not. I am used to that being a iron breastplate with enchantment, but instead I have smithing gauntlets. Okay.
As you command.
One last thing, Irileth. This isn't a death or glory mission. I need
Talking
to
to
know what we're dealing with.
Don't worry, my lord. I'm the very soul of caution.
Paradigm. Used it a minute ago.
I envy you the chance to see this dragon up close.
I do get a little bit of fair and gruesome. Let's go kill a dragon.
I've seen you helping the Yokna. The guards in Dragon Street say you aided the Jarl. On behalf of Whiterun, I thank you.
It was my pleasure.
You have the Jarl's confidence, friend.
Aw. Wow. Very polite guards now. I appreciate it. Whiterun is a class act. I salute them.
Everything's all right?
She says she was gathering by the gate, so down to. Except I'm lost. We are bringing Uthkur with us, so I'll help. He definitely did not just. Oh, she went that way too. I guess I was right. Confidence, ladies and gentlemen. E.
If you need potions, you should try Arcadia's Cauldron.
Damn those Greymanes to oblivion. They want to back
Is this how it normally works here? Like people just randomly spew their personal drama to strangers?
Dragon is attacking the Western Watchtower.
Well,
Trouble?
I didn't say anything.
You heard right. I said a dragon. I don't much care where it came from.
I've got a hungry daughter to
I do
so
know
What?
it's made the mistake of attacking Whiterun.
Can you not see that I'm busy, ma'am?
That's a fair question.
Thank you.
None of us have ever seen a dragon before, or expected to face one in battle. But we are honor-bound to fight it, even if we fail. This dragon is threatening our homes, our families. Could you call yourselves
What do you
Nords
mean?
if you ran from this monster? Are you going to
There
let me
is
face this
Nord
thing alone?
honor, and you love to see it.
But it's more than our honor at stake here. Think of it. The first dragon seen in Skyrim since the last age. The glory of killing it is ours.
Glory and
Come
honor.
with me.
Really, one of the things you get from fantasy is that
Shall we go kill us a dragon?
are able to find parts of the human experience that are not normally a part of your lives. And if there's anything in the modern age, like any sphere of the human person that's not touched on as much, it would be honor and glory. I think it is refreshing to have a connection to an experience where those kind of things matter. They're simply valuable in the principle of a thing. that I fought a dragon means something, both in quality of my character and in the estimatability
It's no fun getting pushed around
words
all
of myself. And there's just an intrinsic value to that. That's just that needs no explanation. It's a base quality of, like, a law of nature. We don't have a lot of opportunities in the month to expand upon that in our own lives, but it's very much there. You can find honor in anything. You can get that in sci-fi too. I think Star Trek did a very good job of that with the Klingons to an extent. Their honor was more glory-based rather than integrity-based. And I think that it kind of defeats the purpose of those being separate words. But it is nonetheless there. However, in fantasy, I think, is where you most concretely see honor distinguishes itself by being less about what was achieved or about the manner in which it is conducted. I think it's going to be the first time in Skyrim I have done this fight in the dark. This should be interesting. Okay. Made it. Wired. Okay.
No signs of any dragon right now, but it sure looks like he's been here. I know it looks bad, but we've got to figure out what happened, and if that dragon is still skulking around somewhere. Spread out and look for
I am.
We need to know what we're dealing with.
Weapons. Zoom out here. Give you. There's another fort over there. Interesting. So precise in it. It does kind of confirm something that Helgen would already tell us, and that they're very intelligent beings, or was not mindless beasts. They're flying around, flashing out at whatever they come across.
Guardsman, what happened here? Where's this dragon? Quickly now!
I don't know.
I should my mace out. Doesn't really make much sense for anticipating a dragon attack.
And make every arrow count.
Understood. I think that's a nerd root up there. Okay. A very bright nerd root. Maybe it's just this guy. Oh no, it's this guy peering through. I don't know if I'm disappointed or impressed that design feature is not there. So, we are the Dragonborn. We are playing today a very noble character, so ideally we do want to draw attention away from these guards in any way we can. So, we want to be as aggressive as possible. To my knowledge, shock doesn't work to drain these dragons' ability to cast spells. Actually, I think it's the opposite if I remember correctly. The dragons' shouting doesn't work like the Dragonborns. They have a spell counter. So if I use shock spells, to drain his ability to use his shouts, which would help our objective. So go over to magic. First time we've used it this campaign. Equip shock. Ah, I meant to favorite it. Oh well. The pop. Magic does have the benefit of being more useful than more accurate, I mean, than arrows. Okay, health potion time. Health potion time. A little frantic there. We're okay. We're okay. Just barely alive. Yes, now is the time for the alcohol. We got that in Riverwood after Helgen. Having some PTSD here, no doubt. That was a good time to get ourselves something to cool the nerves a little bit. So up our stamina a little bit too, since he's right here in our face. We want to be able to make use of that time. And then equip this guy while we're in here. Next time, in the menu, the magic menu, we will make sure we favorite the shock spell. Okay, so we want to switch back to the mace now. Because we don't have any stamina, we want to have something that lets us swing quickly. Okay, we are succeeding in drawing his attention, but perhaps succeeding a little bit too well. Do we have any restoration spells? We do. Still have a good amount of magicka. So let's use this on that instead of the destruction because he's not flying just yet. But we will favor that so we don't have to come all the way in here in the future. Oh shoot, we want to potion that. Generation 2. Alright. We are not about to let one of these guys get the glory of the kill. We are the Dragonborn after all. Shame it did not give us the cool animation, but we did at least get the last hit. That was an example of glory. A little bit distinct from honor. Honor in the combat would be that we stepped in between the dragon and the guardsman as much as we could. These are highly valuable and also good to save for armor later. They are going to encumber us, but there's no immediate threat right now otherwise, so we're just going to give them to for a second. Get them. This is going to be an upgrade from the Warhammer we have right now, I believe. 23. Okay, 23. But does have a lot of monetary value and does look a little bit better. So we will take that. Those guys, of course. Excuse me. Steel arrows, ancient North arrows. We should take that as well. This, we would canonically be taking this to, you know, perform proper burial rites and this stuff. But what this will allow us to do is once we get the Housecarl Lydia, I won't spoil too much about that, but it'll make sense when we get there that we can equip her with this kind of stuff. I think that's something cool to do when you get there. Oh, it's touching me! What is happening? Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's the second time that's happened this week. I, of course, know what that is as someone who's played Skyrim, but the Dragonborn would not. And he's just being inundated with magical energy from the corpse of a dragon. That would be a little bit disconcerting if it was me, but also probably more intuitive than you might think. What it might mean. Clearly some sort of energy, something spiritual, so you could naturally discern that is something to do with that. Why these guys haven't begun their... There we go.
You're Dragonborn.
For some reason the Nord doesn't know what this means. But, like, everyone else knows what the Dragonborn is, but the only person in all of Skyrim that is a Nord that doesn't is, of course, the Dragonborn. Sometimes the world works that way, though. Not so unrealistic as to be unbelievable.
And steal their power. That's what you did, isn't it? Absorb the dragon's power.
Like I said, seems fairly intuitive. Makes sense.
Try to shout. According to
No
the
need
legend,
to be
only
disbelieved.
the Dragonborn can shout without training.
Keep an open mind.
What are you talking about?
So, go to magic and shouts. Hunting force. I'm gonna give her that too.
My grandfather used to
Do
tell
that.
stories about the Dragonborn.
You guys finished with their exposition?
Like old Tiber Septim himself.
I've never heard of Tiber Septim killing any dragons.
There weren't any dragons then, idiot. They're just coming back now for the first time in forever. But the old tales tell of the Dragonborn who could kill dragons and steal their power. You must be one.
What do you say, Irleth? You're being awfully quiet. Come on, Irleth. Tell us, do you believe in this Dragonborn business?
Some of you would be better off keeping quiet than flapping your gums on matters you don't know anything about. Here's a dead dragon, and that's something I definitely understand. Now we know we can kill it. But I don't need some mythical Dragonborn. Someone who can put down a dragon is more than enough for me.
You wouldn't understand, Housecarl. You ain't a Nord.
I've been all across Tamriel. I've seen plenty of things just as outlandish as this. I'd advise you all to trust in the strength of your sword arm over tales and legends.
If you really are Dragonborn, like out of the old tales, you ought to be able to shout. Can you? Have you tried?
Alright, I will.
Will I hold sacred? Just that's a shout, master. Like the graybeards on their mount.
Dragonborn.
So there's two interesting perspectives here. I don't think it's as much archetypal as they might think of kind of the different sides of that debate. Because you have like the person who's very much just believe what they need to know, and that makes sense for kind of a warrior. Anything they can touch is really all they concern themselves with. And then the idea of they're going with the Nords is they're a people inundated in that culture. They were raised in it, so they are very quick to believe in that. But it would have been more like, in this case, the Nords did basically apply the scientific method to things that are mythical, which to me seems no less, or I wouldn't say it seems, it just is objectively not ridiculous, right? Like that's thinking through things that are just as clearly in front of their eyes as anything else, which is essentially what philosophy is. So they applied the scientific method to a somewhat mythical or even religious manner, and that is as ideologically pure as the other. And I think they're trying to go with kind of a little bit of both sides, but in this case, the Nords kind of did it the right way. They approached it with an open mind. Didn't make an absolute judgment until they had seen something else to connect the dot. They did the work. So, like, yes, again, intuition here. I don't need, like, there's no reason to doubt that was the Greybeards just because there's some sort of mythical connection. Given the fact that the Nord was just telling me about it. That there are Greybeards who can do that. I can even kind of see a structure up there. So, I think that's kind of in a different form of elitism, an intellectual prejudice against those sorts of things. That is quite actually intellectual. One of the reasons I love playing RPGs is for those kinds of discussions so you can have while you're playing them. In the middle of gameplay, you get to engross your mind in that. And earlier on, when I was going through the Barrow, I was talking about how the puzzles can sometimes fail to keep the higher levels of the mind engaged. But I think that a way the Skyrim still can sometimes make up for that, if you can get to it quick enough, is having the ability to think through those kinds of dilemmas. Speaking of which,
We will be back. This is not over.
You there. We're looking for someone in Whiterun. We'll pay good money for information. A woman, a foreigner in these lands.
what do these guys want?
She's likely not using her true name. We will pay for any information regarding her location. We are not welcome here in Whiterun, so we will be in Rorikstead if you learn anything. It's none of your concern.
Just walking away.
All you need to know is that we're paying for information. If that doesn't interest you, feel free to walk away.
Going to do that. As we were playing a fairly ethical character, and what's going on here is the question of extradition rights. The Nords are not willing to let the Redguards just barge in here without a warrant and take someone who's potentially a citizen away. You know, they've clearly stated they are coming to grab someone, and without the Nords being able to know who that is, who's being taken, and why, it's not really a reasonable request. So a little bit of politics right there. Even though typically the Redguards and Nords have almost more in common than any other groups in the world right now. Canonically, the
tried mercenary
they
work?
are already somewhat separated from the Empire because the Empire abandoned them halfway through the war with the Thalmor to sign the peace treaty, when the Redguards, who were also part of the Empire, just like the Nords, wanted to keep going. And so they persevered and they won, but that required that they be disavowed in order for the Empire to keep their treaty with the Thalmor and not bring the world back into World War. So the Nords, who are currently in their own rebellion, do have a lot in common with them, though the Nords of Whiterun and a lot of the Nords, about half of Skyrim, don't necessarily agree that Skyrim needs to be independent. But we'll get back to the Civil War questline when we do eventually get there. I personally have no interest in tracking down someone for just a little bit extra coin when the laws exist for a reason. They exist to protect people and keep everything kind of balanced, as we were talking about earlier. That's what happens with a lot of RPGs to jog thought. They present you with two archetypes and put it at your feet to find the balance in between. Though I do feel at times they could do a better job of making clear that it is our responsibility to find the balance between those archetypes rather than, at least in most cases, picking one is good and one is evil. Those matters do happen, but not as often as matters where both are two things that you need to find compromise on, find where it really ought to be.
So what happened at the watchtower? Was the dragon there?
More on that another time. Watchtower was destroyed by the dragon? That seemed very charitable. Not consistent with the personality we've been developing for this character so far. This seems a little bit like we're jumping past his question to answer, we're not, at this point we would not be having a conversation with the Jarl. We're just here for ourselves. This is what he wanted to know. We can get to talking about the Dragonborn later. It'll no doubt come up. Play thing to do. What's most immediately important. And there we go.
Dragonborn. What do you know about the Dragonborn? So it's true. The Greybeards really were summoning you.
The Greybeard.
Masters of the Way of the Voice. They live in seclusion high on the slopes of the throat of the world.
What do they want with me?
Said to be uniquely gifted in the voice, the ability to focus your vital essence into a thum or shout. If you really are Dragonborn, they can teach you how to use your gift.
Didn't you hear the thundering sound as you returned to Whiterun? That was the voice of the Greybeards, summoning you to High Hrothgar. This
Right,
hasn't
big man.
happened in
What?
centuries,
What?
at least.
What am I wearing on my feet?
Himself was summoned when he was still Talos of Atmora.
Brungar, calm yourself. What does any of this Nord nonsense have to do with our friend here? Capable as he may be, I don't see any signs of him being this, what?
His job is to be an advisor and a diplomat, and he just calls it nonsense?
Stop, ignorant. These are our sacred traditions that go back to the founding of the First
Right.
Empire.
Right.
Brongar, don't
Talk
be so
about
hard on us.
dichotomous elements that are not truly dichotomous.
Respect, of course. It's just that, what do these Greybeards want with him?
That's the Greybeard's business, not ours. Whatever happened when you killed that dragon, it revealed something in you, and the Greybeards heard it. If they think you're Dragonborn, who are we to argue? You'd better get up to High Hrothgar immediately. There's no refusing the summons of the Greybeards. It's a tremendous honor. I envy you, you know, to climb the 7,000 steps again. I made the pilgrimage once. Did you know that? High Hrothgar is a very peaceful
I did.
place.
Barrier didn't.
Disconnected from the troubles of this world.
I
I
bet.
wonder that the Greybeards even notice what's going on.
Bigfoot, you're lifted and kill me.
They haven't seemed to care before. No matter. Go to High Hrothgar. Learn what the Greybeards can teach you. You've done a great service for me and my city, Dragonborn. By my right as Jarl, I name you Thane of Whiterun. It's the greatest honor that's within my power to grant. I assign you Lydia as a personal housecarl, and this weapon from my armory to serve as your badge of office. I'll also notify.
Be very personal. I appreciate that. They came right off his belt.
Think you're part of the common rabble, now would we? We are honored to have you as Thane of our city, Dragonborn. Back to business, Proventus.
Thane, maybe I should report that farmer. But yeah, dichotomous elements. They're meant to show duality. Big words there, but dichotomy is opposite. Duality is when something can be two things at once. And that's, in this case, tradition versus progress, which are both important elements in need of balance. Both worthy of respect. Now, time 2. Well, we gotta get rid of Uthgerd before this happens because he's gonna offer to follow us. For us to part ways. Might come back to her later. That'll be a decision for us to make next time we play. This will be the last thing that we do tonight.
Me to be your housecarl. It's an honor to
This is very intimate. I appreciate it. I don't know what kind of service the Jarl had in mind when he was assigning you to me, but I think I'm good on at least that respect. Yeah. So what are you supposed to do?
Has recognized you as a person of great importance in the hold, a hero. The title of Thane is an
Everything wants to touch me without my consent today. Good.
Guards will know to look the other way if you tell them who you are.
Oh, that was about me. What does she do?
As my Thane, I'm sworn to your service. I'll guard you and all you own with my life.
Okay then.
Lead the way.
Now I'll have you stick with me. So I think we'll think about it until next week, but I'm thinking we're going to take Uthgerd because Uthgerd is a dedicated warrior, and Lydia's really, like, she's a housecarl. She's many things, but not really dedicated to adventuring. She's also a security person, someone who could easily watch over that property, for example, that is being teased, which we should have enough money to buy when we come back. I've tried to make that be a thing. If not, I might do some off-screen looting of random things that won't affect story later, in order for us to be able to buy that when we get back. Because I feel like now's a good time to do that. We didn't get to fish today, so let's just do that casually in the middle of the city, perhaps. I don't think you can actually fish up here, so we'll do some of that next time too. Like, we are coming to the end of our stream here, right about the 4-hour mark. Let's find a good place to stop and call it a night. You'll do that right outside, very first inn we stayed at, or right inside. How about that? Would not be.
Want to hear a little Nord wisdom? Take a seat and get the call.
Not be a fantasy game. Not end the tavern. Begin it. No. What?
Security in Whiterun
But
is terrible. Shameful.
how is there an inn out? Where's here he is.
If it's a lady you're looking for, you best look elsewhere. Once Mikhail gets them, they're got.
Okay then. He'll fool himself, but that makes sense for a bard. Let's make a request behind this pillar. Not a very polite bard. Customer is apparently not always right. He's going to make me talk to him from behind this pillar. We already heard Age of Aggression, so let's listen to Ragnar the Red.
I can do that one. This is a local favorite, and
yes.
While we do that, we are going to sign off. Save this.
Oh, there once was a hero named Ragnar the Red who came riding to
Yep,
Whiterun
let's go
from
hear it.
Rorikstead.
Alright. Well, if you've been watching this stream, thank you so much for being here. Or if you are watching this in post on YouTube or on Twitter, thanks to the VODs. Very much appreciate you being here, and I hope to see you again soon. And that you have a wonderful rest of your day. God bless, and good night.